And we should be live. Hello, Iridium Kush. All right. This is Nick, the attendee. He was actually at the 21 convention. And we had some pretty good conversations about universities and tech and I guess society as a whole. How did you end up going to the convention?
So I guess I was broadly familiar with the manosphere, and I saw what Anthony did a few years ago, the Make Women Great Again, that I thought was pretty funny, and he got a lot of publicity for that.
Yeah.
So I was kind of familiar with the manosphere and then the convention, and I saw some speeches online on YouTube, and I actually kind of just clicked through to the website, and I saw that the convention was about a month away from the time that I clicked it, and I was considering going, and I saw that it's actually pretty close to where I live right now. So I just moved down south. So it's about a 5-hour drive to Orlando. And I kind of just told myself, if I'm interested in going to this convention ever, I should go this year. So I just bought the ticket and drove down there, and I didn't really know too much about the speakers. I knew about 3 or 4 of the speakers, and the rest, I had no idea who they were. I didn't research anything beforehand. I just bought it. I said, I'll figure it out when I get down there, and I just went.
Yeah. So do you think you'll go to the next year?
Well, I already bought a ticket, so I'll be there. Yeah.
Okay. So you're already sold. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a pretty big discount if you bought it at the convention. So I figured, why not? And I think it'll be good next year, and I'm going to try to bring at least one friend.
Yeah. That's a pretty good deal. Like you, it's like a buy one get one, and you can go as with a friend. I think that's really good.
I was going to bring people, but I'm kind of worried that they'd get in trouble with the cancellation and stuff like that. Like, one of my friends works as a teacher, and I'm like, probably nothing will happen, but if there's like a fight at the convention or something, or a big protest, and it gets on the news or something, then your picture's in the background. I would just feel bad if something happened to him. So I also, like I said, I wasn't sure what it would be like, so I couldn't like vouch for it to anyone. But next year, I have a few people who want to come as well, so hopefully that'll work out.
Good. So what brought you to manosphere stuff, like the content?
So I guess I've heard about it, and I was into the politics a lot in the university, and I guess this was like 10 years ago. There was like a lot of like dating advice and stuff about relationships with women that I followed, and people like Zan Perion, who were speakers at this 21 convention, were also like talking about that stuff way back then. So I thought it was kind of interesting to me how they were colliding, like these worlds. So it's like Zan is here, and then it's like Anthony's like this big Trump guy, and then there's guys like Jack Donovan that are just talking about masculinity in general. So I thought it was just really a lot of interesting fragments that were coming together that I kind of wanted to check out. And I'm still trying to piece it all together, how it fits, but I think it's pretty interesting to see it all come together.
Yeah, I noticed like it's nice seeing guys from all the different, I call them realms or bubbles, all the different groups in the manosphere, like coming together and working together for like a common goal. Like these guys know what's going on with our society, and they're all pretty much committed to working together to help solve these problems. So it's nice seeing the collaboration.
Yeah, it was also pretty interesting to see like the pastors that were there, and there was like this Christian groups, and there was like people talking about like the fraternity fraud stuff, like the family court law, and it was just a lot of stuff that I was really surprised that there was so much content and so much diversity of content, though I hate to use that word.
Diversity. The feminists have
Diversity.
ruined that word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I'd heard about like, I guess the different realms that you say of like MGTOW or MRA stuff, but
Hmm.
I couldn't tell you who a famous MGTOW person is or a famous MRA blog or whatever. So like I don't follow it, but I've known about it, and I guess I broadly think that each one of these realms, from what I know, has a point
Yeah.
that's somewhat valid and also is most likely heavily censored by uh, pretty much all of society, and
Yeah.
especially where I was for a while in the universities. And um, yeah, I mean, so it was just good to be able to have those conversations and meet people who are like-minded and are also interested in doing that.
Yeah. So tell me, what's the deal with the universities?
Um,
Why are they so screwed up? I mean, I have an idea, but it's from a woman's perspective. I want to hear from a man's
okay.
perspective.
So yeah, so I guess I'll just say my experience was so I did undergrad. This was like a while ago. So I did undergrad, and I took 4 years off. I went to work, and then I went to do a PhD, and this was in California, and I just finished 2 years ago. So my whole time there was pretty surprising to me in terms of the censorship and the dogmatism that people had about like every political issue of like the BLM and women and men stuff, gender stuff, anything to do with race. And they were so hysterical, like they couldn't discuss anything. Like the students couldn't debate, they couldn't
Right.
like hear somebody oppose them without melting down. And it like
Right.
it wasn't always like these catastrophic meltdowns that you see on YouTube. It could just be like someone just gets triggered and they just block you, or they like I'm just
Right.
not going to talk to you anymore.
Right.
Um, so that was kind of my experience, like just getting there. And I was not a very political person when I started, and I guess even if you had to ask me like what my views were, I probably would say like I think I'm a Democrat, because
Right.
I'm an atheist, and I know the Republicans are religious, and most of the
Right.
people in university are liberals, and like the smart people
Yeah.
are liberals, and in the states that I was living, they were all liberal, and I was just like, this is. I guess I would be like that, but I also kind of in the back of my head said, "There's more to this. I don't really understand the lay of the land," and I actually wanted to get a hold of that in university. So I was hoping that I would go there and there would be like talks all the time from political science and philosophy and gender studies, and I'd go to that and learn all this stuff and meet
Yeah.
smart people. And um yeah, so that was like kind of one of my like sub goals of going. And when I got there, it was the exact opposite of that. And
Oh man.
it just kind of like, even to this day, it just like shocks me that it is like this. And it
Yeah.
just kind of like fried my brain for the first year or two. Um,
Well, how you described your expectations sounds
mhm,
like the way it should be.
yeah,
Like that's what the public perception of the universities, why they're so revered. It's
mhm,
because of that. I don't want to call it a lie, but it's how they used to
yeah,
be.
I
I
would.
know.
But
Well, but it's how they used to be, right? Like that's
um,
our institutions is kind of important. It's where we go to solve problems, and people have those deep discussions, and there's research, and there's, I mean, our government funds lots and lots of research.
mhm,
So, but what's wrong?
what's wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say it's that was also like one thing that really shocked me, is like once I started seeing this hysteria of like pretty regularly throughout the student body and then also by the administration, like they're sending out these insane emails of like it's like when the Michael Brown thing happened, they sent out a like the student counseling service, a psychological counseling office sent out an email to the whole school saying we're giving special psychological counseling to people who've been traumatized by this verdict that the officer was innocent. And
let me
yeah,
guess, those people looked a certain way.
yes. But they had a certain agenda. And I mean, just to me, I'm like, why don't you hold a discussion about what actually happened in this case and debate it or whatever? But you're obviously just taking the side that, not even just taking a side, but being like, it is so phenomenally unjust, this decision, that you should be traumatized by this and we need to tell the whole school about it.
Right.
So it wasn't just the students, it was like the mental health office. And then like every office is like constantly sending these things of like someone was killed in Tennessee or something. We empathize with our brothers in the Muslim community for this killing or something, and that they're under so much discrimination. And it was just like they were just sending these emails constantly about events that had nothing to do with the school. Like they're signaling that they're part of this. I guess like now I understand like the social justice, like this racial equity or whatever movement. But like the first year or two, I didn't really understand what was going on. And then I started understanding it. And to go to your question, I started researching. I thought that this is just something that, like a hysteria that just took them over in the past like few years. Because even when I was in undergrad, I didn't remember seeing this stuff. But I guess the benefit I had was I thought politics was very stupid and not worth my time. So I totally avoided it in undergrad. Otherwise, I may have been captured and been a very different person right now.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Huh.
yeah, I mean, so I researched it and it seemed like this is actually happening a lot in the past decades. Like it wasn't just like the 2010s that this was happening, that like people like Thomas Sowell, who I read, he wrote Intellectuals in Society, where he kind of talks about how the intellectuals view society and their role in society and how they essentially overestimate their intelligence and their knowledge of society, that they have like very specific knowledge, like they're experts in like organic chemistry, and they think, well, I'm so smart, I'm like the best organic chemist, one of the best organic chemists in the world, therefore I know how many Asian people should be in the university or something like that.
That sounds like bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I read books like him, and then like Camille Paglia, who was like an anti-feminist feminist who, if you actually read her books in the 90s, she's talking about all this stuff with the gender hysteria that's happening in the English departments and was happening to her because she was like fighting against it. So it's like, I guess like one view of what's happening is that a lot of this cultural hysteria and gender hysteria happened in the humanities departments in like the 90s and a little earlier, and then kind of spread out to the rest of the universities or the rest of the subjects, like technical fields like I was in like 2010s, and then now it's everywhere in 2020. So
yeah, that's crazy. See, I'm kind of against, I feel like we screwed up as a society when we let women into our higher institutions. I mean,
I think there's some validity to that.
Yeah. I mean, women had colleges. Women had their own schools. I'm kind of a fan of that segregation.
Yeah, I actually, that's what I was thinking at the conference is, I mean, one thing that I got out of it was like, I mean, the content was all very good by the speakers, and I took like 100 pages worth of notes, but just being around like-minded people and then having a community of men and just being like that for a few days. And like, obviously there were a few women there, but it was mostly a community of men that was together. And I think that was a beneficial experience. And it's like, you could do different stuff. There's like a different energy to it if it's just all men. And I think for women, it's like, there's a different energy, and you could develop yourself as a woman and develop femininity more in a community of women where it's separate. And I think in
Mhm.
community of men, you could develop masculinity,
Yeah.
and then obviously like people interact, but having those separate communities is pretty beneficial, I think.
Yeah, what I liked about, I mean, all the women that were there, none of them caused problems. Like there was no
Yeah,
crazy bitchery around, which I mean, I was kind of ready because I was like, I bet, just in case there's going to be protesters, I'll handle those crazy bitches. But none of them
yeah.
showed up. So, I
But I
mean,
mean,
I think it helps. Like if there is going to be mingling, I think it helps that the women aren't causing problems because that seems to be what happens at the universities. They get all emotionally and mentally charged and cause issues.
so I think it's interesting. I guess for the conference, I didn't think there would be any disruptions by attendees because you're paying a decent amount of money to go there.
Yeah.
Um, so it's kind of a lot to just like try to disrupt that way. But
Mhm.
definitely if it was free and it was at the universities, like I don't think
Right.
any of those speakers would be allowed near a university um, without being protested or shut down. Um, but I guess
Well,
like
actually, Matt Walsh was recently at Texas A&M, and he was
how
very
was he?
lightly protested.
How was
Like
he?
what I think it was one of the professors started tweeting something on Twitter and was trying to get it going, and not a lot of people
No one
really
looked
bit.
at.
Yeah, so
Was it about the
I would say
transgender?
yes, yeah, yeah. He even talked to one of the trans people, showed up and spoke to him and asked him a question. And they had some
Oh,
back and
nice.
forth dialogue. And he was just the trans guy was just kind of puppeting the stuff,
Hmm.
and Matt was just like, okay, well, thanks for coming out, but doesn't really change
Yeah.
biological facts. Yeah, it was good though. I think Texas A&M's pretty clear. I want to get lots and lots of speakers up there.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you can, if it's a public university too, you'll have, I don't know if it is, but you'll have a lot more leeway for being someone in the community to rent out space and to bring speakers and stuff like that. And I guess if you befriend like the college Republicans or whoever on campus, they could invite speakers.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I did. I actually, Dr. Gad Sad.
Um, I've heard the name and I've probably seen some of his stuff, but not too well.
I think he's a maybe evolutionary psychology. I don't know. He wrote a book here recently about um, mind viruses and how infectious ideas kill common sense. And it was actually a really good book. But I did super chat him one time, asking him which departments to bother to get him to come speak here, and he said psychology, which needs some help because actually
Hmm.
somebody in the psychology department blocked me on Twitter.
Oh, they blocked you?
Oh, they blocked me.
What did you do?
Um, I tweeted something and I tagged him, and I think they didn't like what I said. So I don't remember exactly what it was. I've
To say
tagged a lot of
what was
them.
it?
Yeah, I don't know exactly. But
Hmm.
he said psychology or business, the business school. That might be a possibility.
Yeah, I think honestly, if you got a student group to invite someone, it's easier
Hmm.
because the departments just they first of all probably don't want to do anything controversial,
Right.
and second of all, they're just a lot slower. So, and
Hmm.
I think also like if you were able to like raise money externally, the student groups would be able to host them easier because I guess some of the speakers charge like a decent amount of money.
Okay. Yeah, I'll touch on that. So who was your most impactful speaker up at their convention?
Um, I honestly like I thought all of them were really good, and there was no one that I thought was not impactful.
Hmm.
But and I'm not just saying that to be nice or whatever. Like I genuinely thought all the speakers were good, and I only knew about three or four of them coming in.
Right.
Um, but I guess I don't know. I guess Jeff Younger's speech just the first one of the day of the whole conference just like stuck with me that he's going through this tremendous fight and he's not backing
Right.
down
Right.
and he was even defying the judge in speaking there. Like she put a gag order that said he's not even allowed to speak. So
Right. Yeah, he's
um,
like, screw you, judge.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, just I don't know if you saw the video, but he just like kind of like yelled into the camera, like he's like, I refuse to obey your orders. Like send me to jail. He's like, I'll fight you every inch of the way, and screw you. I'm giving the speech.
Yeah.
Um, so just feeling that people are really stepping out and sacrificing a lot.
Yeah.
And then I got to meet them and talk to them was a big part of the conference.
Yeah. So what field? Let's see. You said you went into university. Actually, what was your goal in university, like degree wise?
So degree was computer science,
Okay.
and I guess my goal was, so like I said, I worked for a few years before that, and I had like a good job, like a prestigious job, and I kind of wanted more freedom and also to kind of, I guess, like what my purpose in life is. And I was like, I think it's to do scientific research and to discover something great. And the university is a place that I can do that. And
Right.
there's
Right.
no like business constraints or bosses that are forcing you to do stupid stuff, stupid work. And you could just focus all your effort on the one thing you're really working on, the one thing you're really passionate about. And kind of everyone's doing that. And then when I got there, like I said, it was almost the exact opposite of that. And
Right.
it was um, far from being like an absence of constraint, an absence of distractions. It was just nonstop distractions and like a pretty toxic environment that was difficult to work in and not somewhere that I wanted to be. So um, I would say it was almost the exact opposite of how I expected.
Wait, you just said something where you don't want to be, because looking at the stats, the data on I mean, because women are now graduating 2 to 1 men at university, right?
I think in some fields, and I was doing graduate school, I was doing a PhD, so it was not undergrad, so the numbers are
Right.
different for that.
But men have a higher dropout rate than women do, I think. And there are a lot of like social safety nets or structural safety nets to help women like keep going if they want to further their degree. I wonder if a lot of them just drop out because they're tired of the bullshit. Like, yeah.
Um,
Huh.
I don't think it's like honestly, I don't think it's that big of an issue for a lot of people. And I would say that if I did not directly see all these problems and throw myself into it, like I mean, I just saw this. I was like, there's something really bad happening here. They're,
Yeah.
I would say, actively destroying the country. This is very dangerous, very, I guess, toxic behavior, like this hysteria that it's kind of like what we talked about at the conference, like this weakness that overcomes people that
Yeah.
I saw as something that needs to be fixed. And I mean, that just weighed on me the whole time. And I just threw myself into it. And like I said, when they would send those emails out, the next day I would just go down to the office and be like, you're not allowed to send these emails. And like, who's responsible for this? And I would talk to them. And it's like
Right.
this huge labyrinth that you have to go through to figure out who you should complain to. And then,
Yeah.
um, but I mean, I just felt that like really bad things are happening and I need to do everything that I can to stop it. And I would say I felt that nonstop after like the first year or year and a half once I realized exactly what was going on. Um, but for most people, if you ignore it and you don't throw yourself into it,
Right.
it's kind of not going to affect you. So,
Mm.
I mean, I don't know what's going on with the numbers, but I would say women are also in a lot of like softer majors, like the humanities. And yeah, I mean, there's just also obviously weird stuff going on with the affirmative action where they try to get more women in.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like in computer science, if it's not 50% men, 50% women, which it's not,
Right.
it's like 20% women, then they're just always trying to bring more and more in and
Right.
do stuff like that.
Yeah, they displace men, which isn't good for like later on down the road when these high value women are looking for a mate.
Oh, yeah, the high value, yes, very high value.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that a lot online with like in the black community because black women are the most educated.
Oh,
So
are they?
yeah, I mean they totally trample over men to get into those spaces, and then once they have their degree and all this student debt, they're like, okay, I want somebody who I see as equal to me or better, right?
Hmm.
And they've already shit on all the guys that could have been in that spot that would have been probably a good potential mate, but now they out earn them. So
Hmm.
there's a lot of these women in a really tough spot.
Is that the hypergamy?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
mean
know.
it's a real thing. Like,
So that's like a red pill concept, right?
yeah, I think
That's
so.
like a pretty popular thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I heard it from Jordan Peterson before I heard it from any
Oh, did you?
manosphere stuff. Yeah, like women. I guess women have a tendency to date across or up, and then the men date down. But I mean, a woman's not gonna try to match up down, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, and I've seen there's many relationships where I've seen that just don't work out when the women make more than the men. And I a lot like all of them in that situation, it's because that woman treated the man differently because of that. Like,
So how do you think she treats him?
oh, just like disrespectfully, I guess, because I think she does value her earning potential more than him, or I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's like a superiority thing.
Hmm.
Like I know many, many, many relationships where the man makes more than the woman, and that never fucking happens. It's just I
Yeah.
feel like along with feminism, there's this like compensatory like gotta put it in your face that I'm better. Look,
Hmm.
which is weird for a relationship.
Yeah, I'd say so. But I don't think that women are as much in like the higher paying fields, like the numbers that you were saying. Or I mean, I think like a lot of the situations where people are just racking up this debt are people getting degrees that are not that beneficial. But
Yeah.
um, I mean, I guess to your point, I do think that women are having a uh, negative impact on the universities in terms of the social justice stuff. That I mean, a lot of this stuff is led by women, and I'd say like the men who are following this are not the most masculine men that are doing this, or they're basically just following women, or they think that they're protecting women, like the white knight syndrome that we talked about.
Yeah. 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 The
Um,
white knights.
but it's
Yeah.
also like, yeah, I guess like I've also been trying to think of like if I didn't see some of the, I guess what might be called like the manosphere stuff like 10 years ago before I went to university,
Mm-hmm.
like what would I have thought? Because it's like
Right.
so many of those guys just have this super distorted view of women because they're in these communities, and it's like it's very isolating. So I mean, I guess people kind of think this, but maybe not as much as big of a factor as I think it is, that the universities are so socially isolated from the rest of society that like
Right.
people are, and I'd say like maybe not as much in like middle tier universities where it's like people are not like dedicating their lives to it, but people who are in like the more higher ranked universities or who are going for advanced degrees, it's like this is their life. It's like they're in
Right.
university culture. All their friends are in university.
Yeah.
Um, Everyone that they date is from university.
Right.
Um, and they don't really have access. It's like they interact with other people outside, but it's very shallow. So it's like literally the only people
Right.
they know are within these bubbles. And
Right.
I think a lot of the women within here are acting a certain way, or at least saying that they are a certain way, that like we're so offended by people who say this and this is not compassionate, and like
Right.
this guy is a misogynist, whatever, and we need to isolate him. And I think that
Right.
this is like the only women that a lot of these guys meet. So it's like they just literally think all women are like this.
Yeah.
And they don't have any women who are like telling them these women are crazy, they're acting out of control.
Mhm.
Even on like political issues like abortion, I think it's like the stats say that 50% of women oppose abortion.
Hmm.
It's almost like half and half. But in this culture, it's like every single one of the women is either supporting it, or if she's not, she's quiet. So it's like they literally think
Right. Right.
it's literally 100% of women support this, and to support women, you need to support this. So it's
Right.
I think they have like a very distorted view based on the isolation within the university. So I think that that's actually a big component of what's going on.
I blame for that. I blame the women who are quiet. Like they don't have to
Yeah,
be.
maybe, but I don't even think there are that many women who believe this. Like I think a lot of them really are, especially now in the university, like so ideologically aligned. And I mean, I guess that's another thing that I saw is if you're not with them, they're really intolerant to you, especially if you speak out. And it's like there is a lot of cancellation and people who are getting kicked out for whatever, like saying jokes online. And like my friend got uh he didn't get in trouble by the school, but like the social justice warriors tried to get him kicked out of school for like making this joke about Islam online. And
What?
it turned into like a huge big thing, a whole big thing. It was actually pretty funny, but there's a lot of canceling people who are trying to actually kick people out,
Right.
but it's more of self-selection, where it's like they're saying you basically need to believe this. If you don't, you better not say it. If you do, we're going to make your life pretty hard and pretty miserable. And there's either professional consequences potentially or
Right.
social consequences.
Right.
Certainly, like I was talking to a guy who's a chemistry grad student, and he basically told me we were talking about politics, and this was around the Trump election in 2016. And he basically told me if anyone in his lab knew that he voted for Trump, it would be career and social suicide. And he's like worried like my lab director would not write me a letter of recommendation, or he would not write a very good one based on this. And like those are very important for advancing a career, to have recommendations of your advisors and stuff like that. So
Right.
there's just a lot of fear around it as well. And I think a lot of people, they experience it a little bit or they see it and then they leave.
Yeah.
I guess like in my case, like I finished, but I knew that this was a dead end route, that I can't continue it within these communities or in like any of the research communities in like the big tech companies like Google or Facebook, Apple, and stuff like that. And a lot of the smaller companies basically follow their lead. So,
Right.
I mean, for me, I was just like, I'm leaving. I don't know what I'm doing. I just finish, I graduate, and then I just left, and I've just been working as a freelancer. So, like for me, I like voluntarily like exited after I completed what I started, but I think a lot of people are in that situation, and a lot of people who are now like undergraduates are not going to go to graduate school. So like people say like we have to retake the universities and stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
that's basically impossible, because no one who's an undergraduate who experiences this is going to want to be harassed in grad school for many years, and then when they're a professor, uh, treated similarly. So no one's going to choose that career path, or very few people will. And like it's just so extreme now in terms of, even if you just look like liberal and conservative, I don't think I knew. I think I was the only graduate student who like openly spoke out against any of this stuff, or openly like supported anything like remotely conservative, like either verbally or online. Like there were a few people who said stuff like in small groups, but no one really openly. And like it's just so stacked in this one direction. Like I met someone from the law school who she went through 3 years of law school, and I was talking about politics with her, and I told her I voted for Trump, and I was saying it's very, I say like intellectually stifling here that they shut down all the speech, and she told me that I was the only Trump supporter that she's ever met at the university.
What?
She went through 3 years of law school, which is like a very political field.
Right.
And I also said to her, like, don't you think that this is a problem? And she's like,
Yeah.
no, like, why would this be a problem?
What?
Yeah. I was like,
equality, hello.
or just the fact that, like,
equal representation, right? Left and right.
well, it's not even that. It's just like, don't you think you're missing a whole picture if you don't know a single person? Like that just shocked me. Like it wasn't like, oh, like I know a few people, or like, oh, it leans liberal. It was just like literally zero people of probably like hundreds or like maybe even 1,000 people that this person has met during college or during law school. So I mean, just stuff like that just really shocked me, and I think people don't realize just how biased it is. And I mean, I think there's stats about this of like number of liberals versus conservative professors and stuff like that, and it's usually like 15 or 20 to 1, something like that. But then if you look in departments like the humanities and stuff that deals with politics, it's usually
like 100%.
Yeah, 50 to 1 or something like that. Yeah. And I also know like they don't look at the ages of these people. So a lot of the conservatives are like old people that have just been there forever. And I know that the people who are now like getting hired as assistant professors, people who are in their 30s and stuff, it's probably like almost 100%, like 99%. And like there's really just no hope of like turning that around, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I just want to fire all the crazy bitches, clean them out. do what Elon Musk is currently doing with Twitter. He will set the precedent. I guess he's going to be firing a bunch of Twitter folks. Guaranteed they're all feminists. All of them.
So he bought it and he's firing people, or he's laying them off, or I mean, I actually don't like what he's planning to do with it.
Maybe I don't know if he said lay off or buy. I don't know. Have you looked at Twitter?
I don't.
You follow him on Twitter? Oh, you don't?
I don't use Twitter, right? Oh. I don't use any of the Twitter or Facebook.
Oh, let's see. Let's have a look. Hey, he brought in I guess he brought in a sink. He's trolling him pretty hard. Yeah, here, I'll share this. He said, let that sink in.
Is that a sink?
Yeah. It's a sink. Brings in a freaking sink. So, yeah, so he's posting a lot of stuff about Twitter.
There's a reason I acquired Twitter is because it is important to the future civilization to have a common digital town square where a wide range of beliefs can be debated in a healthy manner without resorting to violence. There's currently great danger that social media will splinter into far right-wing and far left-wing echo chambers that generate more hate and divide our society.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to be a fan of the censorship.
Yeah.
So I guess a lot of the people that have been banned for speaking facts are might be reinstated. So
Would that include Donald Trump?
I hope so. I miss his tweets, man.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people talk shit about him, but I'm like, dude, I like to be informed on things as they were going. Like,
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting how Anthony is such a big fan of his that he just like made all the conferences Trump based.
Well, I don't know if they're Trump based,
Or
but
their slogans, like the main slogan is Trump based.
yeah. Well, MAGA maybe. I don't know. You saw his? Did you wait? Maybe that was in the 22 that I saw that, where it goes through the slides and it's like all the slogans that are on the hats. Like it does kind of a deep dive into why he says that. Yeah, there's
Yeah, I think that was the final convention or the final speech of the convention.
yeah.
So you've interviewed a lot of people from the convention, right?
Working on it. I have actually. I need to get back to Carnell. I touched base. I reached out to him yesterday. I just need to start scheduling these. I talked with actually Tony invited me on his channel to talk to him and Frank, and then I spoke with John. He was there helping Arthur with his art.
Yeah, I'd have to see a picture of him.
Yeah. I think he was there. He was there that night where I don't know who you were sitting next to. He was sitting next to me, and I forget the Chinese young man's name.
He was like very shy, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I forgot his name. He was there for Zan.
It.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
But that night, yeah. So I still need to.
Yeah, he's a boxer. He does boxing, right?
I think he does some kind of martial art stuff. I'm not sure exactly which one.
Yeah, that was another cool thing about the conferences. It seemed a lot of the guys are into martial arts, like I was doing jujitsu. I think Tony did judo. Jeff was a boxer, and was not professionally, obviously, but
right.
I think that's like another interesting topic to explore is like the manosphere and martial arts and how that relates and how people are getting into that.
Right. Yeah. Well, because so I was listening to one of Richard Granon's talks, and he touched on something about how these combat sports are really important and for guys that guys like to fight, and I'm wondering how that, because I know there's a lot of guys fighting online, and it comes out in a very toxically feminine way, but. I mean, when I observe some of it, I'm like, these guys are enjoying this. Like they're having fun doing this. And I wonder how much of that is the inability to get together and do that on a physical level, or maybe these guys not really having an outlet like that where they can exude some of that energy. It just kind of comes out online in a very toxically feminine way, because you can't punch somebody in the face online, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think like as I've done jujitsu, like just rolling with people and like fighting them, like it feels good to do that. And I also, for me, I love debating and like fighting people, which is what I did in university. Is I would kind of go around to all the different groups and just try to debate them and like verbally spar with them.
Right.
And I think that it's very similar. Like I want to do the jujitsu fighting because it tests me, it makes me stronger, and it makes the person you're training with stronger. And it's like you beat them, but it's like you're not killing them, obviously.
Right.
And you're telling them like this is how you can do better. Like this is what you did wrong. Like this is how I beat you.
Right.
And if we're verbally debating and sparring, I feel like the same thing, that I want to like really go after someone hard, but not like destroy them, and then
Right.
tell them like, this is how I beat you, and you need to learn this to defend yourself better, like this knowledge or this argument. And then similarly with me. So I felt that that's what the universities would be like, and
Right.
like we said, they're not. But I think also, as someone said at the convention, I think it was one of the pastors that men do that verbally. Like they can debate each other and yell at each other and go after each other for hours,
Hmm.
and then walk away, and they're closer and they're better friends and they respect each other more.
Right.
And I mean, I've kind of noticed this before, but it's not like that for women. Like they can't just sit there and fight each other verbally for 3 hours. Like they just wouldn't want to do that. I think it's just too draining to them. And they're definitely not closer and more friendly with each other after having done that. So
Right. Yeah.
I think that that is actually like a very big difference between men and women, that I won't say I'm certain about it, but I want to look more into it. And that is something I've noticed in university too, is it's
Yeah.
like guys, even if they're not on board with you and they still don't like you, they'll still like feel obligated to debate you. And I
Mm.
think and it's like you're if you're the debate
Oh.
is pleasant, then you're a bad
Right.
person. And
Right.
I feel like entitled to walk away from this. Where I think a guy is like kind of sees it
Right.
as like a challenge to his identity or manhood in some small way, that he can't just walk away from it as easily. I mean, they do, but
Right.
I think that in terms of gender, I think that that is one aspect that is playing out like in the society, and I think also in the universities, which um, was a pretty surprising thing to me.
Yeah. So what's your goal for your what are you driven to do? What is the ultimate objective?
Um, yeah, so I left 2 years ago, and I really had no plan. I knew I wasn't going to work for any of the big tech companies. Most of the tech companies, I saw like the life that I was living as, or the path that I was going down is basically a dead end. And I mean, I knew this for a few years before that, but I
Mm.
wanted to finish what I had started. Um, so basically, I just left, and I had no plan. I just started freelancing to make money, and then um, I don't know if we talked about this, but I'm traveling the country now. So after I left California, I went to Idaho. I lived in Boise for a few months. Um, just figured it's the first city on the West Coast that's not on the coast. So
Right.
I'm like, I've never been there. So I went there. I went to South Dakota and then Louisiana. So it's like just being able to see the country and see what the people are like and go into America is something that I don't know. It's like we have this amazing country that people never see, that they never visit, and it's like wherever you are, you could drive like 10 hours and you could be somewhere totally different. Like if you're in the mountains, you could be on the ocean. If you're near the ocean, you could be in the desert.
Right.
And there's all these national monuments, and um, I guess just also meeting the people and um, trying to figure out what to do for the country and like how to save it. Because like I said, there's definitely a war going on,
Hmm.
and I was in the middle of it for a while, and I guess I don't know. I was kind of looking for other communities of people that might be helpful and like similarly minded. So that's kind of why I went to the interstates that are not on the coast and they're not crazy liberal states.
Right.
Um, it's kind of like looking for people and community. And then it's also why I started jujitsu, is I thought the martial arts people would have some value to them that's not present in the wider society or in the cultures that I was part of. And then I guess that's also why I went to the convention, the 21 convention, is that I thought it would be a gathering of people that are like-minded and have this goal to save the country. And
Right.
um, like I said, I wasn't sure what to expect, but I think that it actually was a pretty good community that I found there.
Yeah. Did you make some good connections? Because that was your first time, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was my first time. Yeah, I mean, I've made connections with some of the attendees, some of the speakers, and it actually inspired me to start writing more about these issues. And I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to write, but I took all these notes during the convention, and I've pretty much typed them all up by now. So I'm probably going to edit them and, I don't know, maybe send it to someone within the convention to look over or see how it could be used, how it could be valuable. And then I was also trying to figure out like how everything relates to each other, because like all the speakers were different and they didn't really communicate with each other. And I saw a lot of similarities that popped up that I kind of wanted to bring out and try to highlight or like ask more questions about. Like I noticed a lot of women who were either speakers or who were attending, they all had experience, like bad experiences with women in some way, that they saw like their mothers abuse their fathers, or I think Melissa, like her mother lied to her father or lied about her father in the family court system. So that was why she went to defend men in the legal system. So
Yeah.
like that was one pattern that I saw that I guess I was just going to pull together the pieces of where I saw that and try to look more into that.
That's a really good observation. Yeah.
That's true.
Well, I think there's a lot of people that have had bad experiences with women in our society and are too afraid to talk about it or too ashamed. Like
men or women or
I think women mostly. There's this weird sisterhood aspect that's like, don't shame women, but there's also something in our society that's like honor thy mother. But it's like that's kind of I wanted to maybe talk to Michael Foster a little bit more about that part. Like,
yeah, it's very religious.
yeah, I want to, because growing up, that was something my mom would throw out there. She was being abusive and doing all the things. It's like, no, but you got to honor me. You have to protect. You have to spoil me. You have to do what I say. Because it's in the Bible. If not, you're gonna go to hell. Like that kind of stuff. I mean, me and you are pretty much on the same page religiously. So just I don't know. I see a lot of women in our society taking advantage of all the various different structures, and religion is one of those. Like the feminist spirit, as Frank was talking about, like feminism is a spirit, how it's able to infect men too, and all kinds of other stuff. I think there's something to that.
Yeah, I guess like I was saying, I guess like feminism is a problem ideologically, but I just see the problems as like much deeper than that. So, yeah, I guess I'm not sure like what other people think about that, but it's almost like I kind of see it as like you can't just roll feminism, like get rid of it, and then society is like normal again or good.
Right.
So, but yeah, I mean, I think that idea of like how women lie is pretty important, and I think a lot of, especially guys, don't realize it because it's a lot more subtle than what guys do. Where it's like it's kind of obvious when a guy is behaving badly. It's like he'll violently like attack someone. But I think with it's a lot more subtle, and like Melissa was saying that they're just better at like turning on the tears when they're in family court, and guys are not good at acting or pretending to be hurt. And I mean, I think obviously like with the social justice stuff that's happening now is they just cry. They're like, this speaker is hurting me, or he's so scary. And If you
Right.
need to connect, you gotta getting him out of here.
Right. Yeah. The tears. Manipulation tactic.
Yeah.
So say we did abolish feminism. Say um I was able to get the laws sorted out to where these feminists would be held accountable for their crimes against humanity, and no other professor in any institution was allowed to teach feminist dogma. And say I got some laws put in place to punish women who try to misuse their femininity on men
Okay.
in like a coercive and cunning manner. What
Um, you say what would the effect be on the university?
No, what would the effect? What do you think the effect would be if the women just stopped doing that? Like, do you think that the men would need some help recovering, or do you think it would just kind of happen organically if the women just did what they were supposed to do?
I mean, I don't know. I think it's like men and women are not isolated. Like they kind of evolve together, and
Mhm.
like the games that people play are based on the games that the other sex is playing. And um, I mean, I think a lot of what women are doing is they're getting away with stuff because guys are letting them get away with it.
Yeah.
Like whether it's like romantically or politically, um, or in the universities, it's like a lot of guys are afraid of being seen as like not empathetic or whatever you would get called if you were going against like the racial dogmas.
Mm.
So it's like I think it's a lot of fear in men that it's like I mean like what Jordan Peterson did I think is like I think he did a good thing and he's done good for society, but it wasn't that remarkable. Like what he did initially on his campus is he literally just like said, I'm not going to do this and I'm gonna look you in the face, I'm gonna talk to you, um, I'm gonna disagree with you and I'm gonna let you speak back to me. And like when I saw that, I was like, I've never seen a professor do anything remotely like that, like ever. So it's
Right.
like if there were just one guy like that on each campus, I think this would not be happening. And if it was
Right.
like 10% of the people could do that, this would not be happening. So
Right.
I don't think it's women acting alone. I think it's also the weakness of men that's allowing this to happen.
But if men were in a position where their futures and their livelihoods and possibly the ability to support their family if they were lucky enough to have one,
Mhm.
that being held hostage, I look at who's weakening the men.
Mhm.
And that
Yeah, I mean,
brings me back to feminists.
I think it's both, but I mean, I guess I'd also speak from someone who is in a technical field where we have like very high salaries
Mm,
that because people try to like blame socialism or different groups like the humanities, and they never want to blame like the tech fields for what's happening in the universities or even in society. Well,
right,
sorry, the scientific fields, but it's like these fields make the most money. People in these fields make the most money. Like you're the least vulnerable to financial attack. Like, I mean, I know people who like if you go to work at any of these tech companies, like you'd make like three or 500,000, 300 to $500,000 a lot of times. So it's like you could save up a lot of money pretty quickly and then speak your mind and stand up for the country or whatever. But people don't do that. So it's like
right.
I don't see it as. I mean, I think it is a big hurdle, but I look at people who really don't have that hurdle as much, and are they speaking out more? And I don't see them doing that. So
Hmm. What do you
yeah,
think stopping them from speaking out? If they do believe and feel the same way you do about things.
I'd say cowardice or social disapproval. Like you get isolated a lot if you speak out, and um, I mean, I think like guys who are not married, they don't want to be isolated by women, or even guys who are married, like they don't like to have a lot of female disapproval. So it's like even if they're married and it's not going to affect their marriage, they just don't want to be the guy who's like offending women by opposing abortion, let's say, like on the campus. So I think it has to do with like social fear. And I mean, I also think a lot of people just, they kind of want to be left alone. Like they just want to ignore what's happening. And like I said, it's not like it is in your face, but if you look away a little bit, it's gone. And you could very
Right.
easily look away for your whole career and do what you're doing and not have such a terrible conscience. So,
Terrible conscience. Yeah, I don't know how they can do that. I don't know.
but yeah, I mean, it also has to do with what they think they're doing is right. That everyone that they know is believing this, and they literally don't know anyone. Like the person I told you about who never met someone who supports Trump. So it's like she doesn't have anyone who's like going to tell her this is like there's another way, or not everyone believes this, or you're hurting some people by doing this, or you're hurting the future country by doing this.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like in our technology and information age, like people are so easy to find. You can find somebody who believes something anywhere, right? Like I guess if you're not around it, I don't
I don't
know.
know. I think it's even worse because you could just block people, like so you could stay in your bubble with the technology.
Yeah, that's true, but they're already emotionally and mentally unstable to begin with if they're going to be blocking somebody like that, like, or they know they're right and they're trying to dodge accountability, like.
I would say that a lot of people are mentally unstable then who are in the universities in particular,
Yeah,
based on that.
well, who's responsible for the mental health of our society?
Um,
Psychology field, maybe. Don't they make a lot of money? They're responsible for a lot of the censorship stuff.
I guess so. I think it's like I said, I think it's like it's deeper than that, and I think that's what the conference was about. Is like just having like he called it make men alpha again, and like I don't really agree with that alpha beta dichotomy, but just the idea that people are weak, like men throughout society, throughout every profession, and it wasn't always like that. And if you just strengthen them throughout society, that would be a pretty big, I guess, step forward for everyone, for universities, for the politics, for everything.
Yeah. So strengthening the men. So you talked about writing. Do you do like blog, or what do you write for?
So I've written like articles in university, but I was really planning on something longer, like a longer um, like exposition of the manosphere of like what it is, and I guess more of like through the lens of what I experienced at the conference, and like what are the issues that people are talking about, what are the issues that are important. Like I said, what are the similarities between the speakers, and um, I guess also like what is a way forward, like what do people suggest as a way forward, and what do we need to focus on. And I also think like I said, I was surprised when I went to the convention, like how high quality a lot of the speeches were, and how I think important a lot of the issues are to society that I hadn't realized before.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people are in a similar situation where if they had some writing that explains how it all mapped together and how it all fit together and
Mm-hmm.
why it's important,
Yeah.
I think that would affect a lot of people. And I think also um, in terms of like, I don't know if it's say like gaining legitimacy, but like being seen as more serious by certain areas of society, like obviously not ones that are totally corrupt, but I think there's a lot of people who are in professional fields who would be able to, in terms of like analyzing what's going on. And I think there's also like people who would fund projects if people had ideas, if they saw that there was like a value in the project and a value to society, like for the purpose of saving America and essentially fixing what's been going on. So I think,
Mm.
I don't know, I felt like that's what was missing, and some writing could explain that. And I'm not exactly sure what it would turn out like,
Right.
but yeah, and
Yeah.
then I did start a blog, but I didn't post anything yet because, um, like I said, I'm trying to avoid being on the internet and Twitter and Facebook and all that stuff because it just everything you write just always gets. It's like you just need more time to write and to be in your own world and not having to interact with so many people constantly.
Yeah.
And it's like I can't even read Twitter anymore. It's like I need to read a book because it's just so fragmented, and I felt like it was actually harming my brain to just be like
Yeah.
around so much.
Yeah. I think people that become addicted to that, it does mess them up even more, right?
Yeah, it's like I mean, even when I was writing for this, like I told you, I was writing my notes on the computer. Um, I was trying to do like some research on some of the speakers, and I was on YouTube, and I just start clicking through all these things, and I'm like, I'm gone for like 20 minutes, and I didn't even realize what happened. And it's like I used to do that all the time, like clicking around and going through all the links and stuff.
Mhm.
So um, just catching myself this time, like, so I only wasted 20 minutes, but in the past I might waste like hours just clicking through, and you feel like you're learning. It's a trick. It's like you feel like you're learning, you're consuming a lot of content, but you're really not. And it I think it does mess with your head. Like a few years ago, like when I was writing my thesis, my PhD thesis, it's like a 200-page document, and it was hard for me to write this because my brain was so fragmented into like not necessarily just like Twitter and Facebook stuff, but even like Wikipedia articles where it's like you click this, you go to another thing, and you're not just sitting there reading a chapter of a book for like 3 hours.
Right.
So it makes it hard to write these longer documents, I found. So I guess what I'm trying to write is like longer and more substantial. And I'm not sure if I'll succeed in that, but I think that is something that's missing. And I also think, like I said, there's a lot of academics or people who would be in academia who have the skill to do that
Right.
are essentially being pushed out or
Right.
encouraged
Yep.
to leave. And
Encouraged to leave.
yeah, or
That's a nice way of putting it.
you're not welcome here.
Right.
So I think there's a lot of people like that if they saw this content, like I mean, like I told you, I was just speaking with this political philosophy tutor that I have this morning, and I think if he was very interested in the conference, but if he saw like just how good it was, he would be really interested in contributing and helping out. So I think there's a lot of people that would, I guess, come to help if they saw the value in it. And I guess that would be one goal that I would try to accomplish.
Yeah. Yeah, making the value, bringing awareness to the value.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I like it. Well, is there anything I could do to assist? I'm all about the destruction of the tyrannical matriarchy. So I feel like our objectives somewhat align on that. I mean, you focus on, making the men better, and I want to stop the destruction of the men, so the men can get better. So I feel like that's women's role in society that they have been neglecting. Like feminists have been trying to destroy men. So
would you say the role of women is to not destroy men, so men can get better,
I would say so.
or
Yeah,
to
that
get
would
better
be.
themselves?
Yeah. Women should stop destroying men so they can heal and better themselves. Like women need to get the hell out of the way so men can work and do what they're good at. So,
But I'm saying, do you think women should be actively bettering themselves as well?
oh yeah, big time. We have a lot of shitty women in our society. Lots of them.
Is that your crazy bitch boot camp?
That's my crazy bitch boot camp. Actually, talking to John last night, I was kind of going through this thought because crazy bitch boot camp's just such a big idea, right? I want crazy bitch boot camps everywhere. I want to turn the gender studies departments into crazy bitch boot camps. So, all the ideologically infected high schoolers that come into university, because they've already been infected beforehand. Universities, I think, just hyper normalize it and really get them going. So that can be a place where we can deprogram these young women, but also like CPS, like Jeff's story. I've been really thinking about Jeff's story with all the shit that he has to deal with his ex trying to transition their child, right?
Oh, Jeff Younger, yeah.
So I mean, we have all these things put in place, like CPS, for instance. Why not appropriate that and start going after the mothers that are trying to do that instead? Like, and also, I want to make something to where it's like a state mandated crazy bitch boot camp. Like you get in trouble with the law, you have to go serve your time at the crazy bitch boot camp. Yeah. Also, a friend of ours, Bandit, he was just recently complaining. He works in finance, okay, for some major corporation. He was complaining about some tranny training that was work mandated. Like these people come into these corporations and do these different trainings, right? Which is pretty much the majority of people change your behavior for this minority. Well, I think that should be a crazy bitch boot camp instead. So, yeah. They have to have different names, though, I think. But it'll still kind of be under the guise of crazy bitch boot camp.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the idea of separating the men and separating the women and then having them develop separately.
Yeah.
So I think that, like I said, from the conference, that was something that I got. And so I guess you didn't see any of the speeches, but Elliot Hulse also had that idea. Like he did this grounding camp, and I'm not sure exactly what he does. Like I think it seemed more like a physical, almost like a military boot camp that he'd bring guys in to like make them better and to remove all the comforts from their lives.
Yeah.
And he said that he initially had women in that, and he had the women because it would attract men to it. And then he noticed that they were distracting, and also that he said you can't have, like, they dissipate the masculine energy, the masculine heat that a lot of, like, a group of men have.
Right.
So yeah, I think that's like it's weird because it's like there are groups that are mostly men or groups that are mostly women, but it's not totally, and it's not like directed towards like developing yourself as a man or developing yourself as a woman.
Right. And I think we need both in our society, like big time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see Elliot, but I like that. Is there any speakers that you met or that you got to see up there that for the first time that you didn't know about that you loved?
Actually, I liked Foster, just like the way he is, and I also like talking to him because he's a Christian and like debating him. So I think also just to see strong Christians is something that you don't see in our society. So
Right.
yeah, and him and the other pastor, um, Brian Suave, so um, yeah, I mean, I thought they were both good and they were both very knowledgeable and like forceful speakers. So I liked talking to them, and then I think I talked to most of them. I actually like talking to most of the speakers. So um, I don't know to remember, but I guess Jeff Younger also again stands out because of his case.
Yeah. Yeah, he says he knows some Republican female organizations here
I'm in
that I
Texas.
should talk to. Yeah.
Mhm.
I need to do that. Did you get to see Carnell Smith?
I saw him on the panel.
Okay.
It was like a three-person panel. It was like him, Jeff, and um, Melissa. But I didn't see his speech.
Hmm.
But I actually did get his book, so I'm reading through that as well. He was like frauded out of fraternity, or
Yeah.
fraternity fraud for child support for 11 years or something like that.
Yeah. That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, a Redeem Kush. Crazy Bitch Boot Camp, Deprogramming Communism.
So,
So you keep saying I think it's a little deeper than that. Do you care to elaborate?
um, I mean, I guess kind of what we were saying is that I think it's like the guys are weak, where it's like, so I think we might have talked about this at the conference, where it's like, because even feminists will complain that guys are weak, and it's like they they say like guys are too weak and they're too nice and we can't date them because like they don't have this masculine edge. And it's like even the feminists would say stuff like that, even in the 90s and even now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like the idea that people are following feminism, like they're being brought down the wrong path by following some ideology.
Right.
Whereas I think really what's happening is that people are just not growing, like they have stunted growth. So it's
Yeah.
not that they're like running fast in the wrong direction. It's like they're not running at all and they don't know how to run.
Right.
Um, I'd say that's kind of the analogy that I'm thinking about.
So what's responsible for that? Because I mean, we do what we see other people do, right? We do what we're taught growing up. We model after people.
Mm-hmm. Um, I mean, I guess this idea that like men need to be developed and women need to be developed also. So it's like you're not just fine the way you are. It's like you need to actively develop yourself from childhood. You need to actively develop your children. And then I think even nowadays, like in adulthood, people need to actively develop themselves and actively improve themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And um, I mean, I guess I could take different forms, but I think that needs to be happening. And like people are just not doing that. Like they're sitting on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube for hours and like doing nothing. So actually once I quit all of the social media and then I threw my smartphone away. I don't know if I told you that. So
Yeah. Will you share your love
sorry.
that turned into hate relationship with social media?
I don't know if I loved it ever, but
No.
I did use it, and I guess I always thought it was kind of stupid. Like when I was an undergrad and Facebook was coming out, I was
Mm.
like, why are people getting on this? Why is it so popular? And this is just going to be a fad. It's going to be gone in a few years. And then it wasn't. And I only really started using it in grad school for politics because it was very good for me to debate politics on Facebook
Mm.
and to also see like what people are thinking and
Right.
why they're saying certain things or why they're not saying certain things or like how people are reacting to it. So it's like I would post let's say like conservative stuff, and there were some people who would agree with it and they would not like it, and they would tell me, like they would even like private message like, oh, I like that article that you posted,
Right.
but he wouldn't, like this guy that I'm thinking of in particular, like he wouldn't click the like button
Right.
because he didn't want other people in tech to see that he liked this post that I wrote. And he's like,
Oh.
yeah. So he's like, it's um he doesn't want other people to see that, and then those people who might be in the companies that he's working for to like out him when he got to those companies and works there.
Hmm.
So so I would use social media for politics and um I guess like kind of getting the message out there during grad school, and then this is also coincident with what was happening in the country at the time that we went into the 2020 election, which was highly questionable behaviors took place,
Hmm.
and also the BLM riots that summer. So it's like once that stuff happened, it was just crazy for me being on the campus at this time, like seeing everyone cheering these riots on, like these violent riots. Like
Right.
there were cases where the police got blinded by lasers. I think it was in Oregon, and like I posted like this is obviously a bad thing, and this guy commented, he's like, they're lucky that's all they got is blinded.
Right.
This guy's a professor now. He was a grad student back then, but he's a professor now.
Right.
So it's like
Right.
seeing all of that, and I guess even beyond the university, like people in my family or friends that I had that seemed like sympathetic to this idea that the country's kind of going crazy and these people are out of control. By 2020, they didn't get smarter, they got dumber, and they started
Right.
saying, oh, like now I finally started to see their point and now I support these movements and stuff like that. So kind of after this, I also realized I can't really persuade a lot of people, which is also why I said like I'm not doing blogs or anything like that. Um, so I kind of just shut that down, and especially after what they did with the censorship and Trump and stuff like that, I just didn't want to be part of those platforms. So I got rid of them, got rid of the smartphone, and uh, I guess here I am, and it's I think it's helping me do what I'm trying to do, which is like write these longer documents or do this deeper thinking. So I guess I'll see
Yeah.
how that works.
Yeah. Yeah. I have one client. She's a retired professor. She had 6 kids. She has a bunch of grandkids. She's actually how I learned that the military will pay for transitioning, by the way, because her
Hmm.
son post-military decided to transition, or in the military decided to transition. I don't know. He wore a dress to his wedding a couple of years ago, but um, she was wearing a mask for a while, and it was about the time where, you know how like the virus stuff came in waves. It's like this group of people's dying, this group of people's dying. Well, it was where, the unvaxxed were killing the children, right? Yeah, that was what the media was spinning.
Mhm.
And she came in one day and she was totally freaked out, wearing her mask, like oh my god. And I was like, what is going on? Because we had this conversation 4 times before this. I told her I was not getting the vax. I don't need it.
Mhm.
Like she knew where I stood on that, and she's just like, man, all these unvaccinated people and all the problems they're causing because they just are so stubborn and they won't get it. And I'm like, what do you care? Like, what do you care if somebody doesn't get the vaccine and then dies of COVID? She's like, oh, I don't. I hope they all die. It's the children that they're killing. They're transmitting this to children, and children are dying. I was like, oh man, you hope they don't all die? Well, then you'd have to find a new hairstylist. And it kind of like, she kind of stopped in that moment and was like, oh yeah. Like then she remembered our conversation. She remembered where I was at, and she kind of calmed down. But I don't know if she was consuming too much media, obviously. But she was in the mindset that all the unvaccinated people should die.
They
I was
should
like,
die or they would die?
she said she hoped that they
Oh,
would
they should
die.
they would die.
Yeah.
So you didn't get it at all?
No.
Okay, me
Vax?
either. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Why? I don't need it.
I was just like, I was wondering who did not get it. I was like, I think I was one of the only ones that I knew who didn't get it.
Really? Huh.
Yep.
Wow. This chat is full of folks that didn't get it.
What did they say?
Oh, can you see the chat?
Comments, Halloween.
Oh yeah, they mostly talk shit about
Okay.
people that get the vaccinations. Well, is there? I feel like we're kind of. You have what, like 15 more minutes left ish?
Mhm.
Is there anything you want to get out there before we finish our conversation?
Yeah, I guess I can't think of anything. I'm not sure like who's watching this or who will watch it, but I guess to anyone who's thinking of going to the convention, that I would highly recommend it. That was way better than I thought it would be, even though I thought it would be good coming into it.
Yeah.
But just like being there for 4 days, immersed in it, and like getting to meet everyone there, all the speakers and the attendees, and it's like there's also just something about the community of just everyone watching the speech that is much better than sitting here like alone in your room, like watching a YouTube speech.
Yeah.
And I, I guess like I knew that, but it wasn't something that I had like really re-experienced until I went to the conference.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I would just highly recommend it. And I guess also just thinking about the connection to the universities, that I think would be good if we could get speakers who are in agreement with the message in some way, that could bring like some nuance to the discussion about like philosophy or something like that. And like I said, since a lot of people are essentially being pushed out of the university, I think there's
Right.
kind of a hunger for a platform to express that and to meet people who are interested in that type of discussion. And I think a lot of people would be willing to either work with Anthony or similar groups that are hosting discussions that I guess like in an ideal world would be hosted on the university campuses, but can't be.
Yeah. No, I mean, Texas A&M has so many places for speakers to come. And the majority of the student body is not feminist. So, I mean, they were the last bastion of free speech. Yeah.
This A&M or
Yeah, Texas A&M.
Why are they the last bastion?
Because they are the hardest on protesters. Like, they don't put up with people trying to interfere with people speaking. And I think that's important. Like these protesters that want to, cause chaos and interrupt shit, and they don't let them get away with that. They actually let the people speak. So they even had Spencer. You know that?
Richard Center, yeah.
Yeah, they even had. Yeah, they had Spencer there. So yeah.
Yeah. But I think like obviously preventing the protesters is important, but it's more of like the culture of the campus, where it's like also when we were hosting some of our events, there were people who would tell me like, oh, I think this is a good event and I wish I could go, but I would be shamed like out of the university if people knew that I went to your event. And I think that that's just a much more powerful force than
Right.
people actually blocking the event.
Right.
So,
The
yeah,
social ramifications afterwards.
yeah, kind of like from the whole community of like the student body and the professors. And I guess this is another point that is pretty important to get across is that it's not what people think of like the crazy social justice warriors that are like stomping and interrupting speeches. It's like that is a deterrent.
Hmm.
But even if that's a minority, there's just this huge majority that's really intolerant, like socially and professionally, or if not like directly intolerant, like not supportive of people who are trying to get different messages out there. So this is another reason why I said it's not something that I think can be fixed by certain laws or policies, that it's really like throughout the entire system.
How about an audit of some kind? So, how about an external auditing something like? Because Texas A&M actually spent $600,000 last year on a professional like audit to come check out if they're meeting diversity quotas or whatnot, and like checking out the campus climate and
Mhm.
interviewing a whole bunch of people. What if there was something like that could I guess
Like a
I
political audit, like a free speech audit.
no, it's like a company to come in and go through and interview all the people to make sure that kind of shit isn't happening. Like do like a training, because these people do trainings all the time, right? Like racial
Oh yeah,
sensitivity
or yeah.
training, this training, that training. Like what if they can be trained how not to be a douchebag in a university and how not to destroy the campus environment and climate?
Yeah, I mean, they obviously wouldn't let a speaker like that go go to the campus. So I mean, it's like I actually like when I ran for president of the graduate student government, that was one thing that I had put is to like essentially do an audit of like the campus climate of like free speech and tolerance to opposing views and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Uh, but I mean, it's just not something that people support and care
Hmm.
about, which is also like one reason I think conventions like the one we were at are important is because like these are important topics that people are discussing, and there's important like I'd say like intellectual work or important things to study that people don't realize.
Right.
And I think one thing that also caught my attention is like this idea that there's like a lot of men who are really struggling in society that are not like looked at very highly, or like really just attacked too much,
Yeah.
and there's like no voice for them. So
Right.
I think stuff like that can can and should be studied by like people who can find solutions or can figure out like exactly what's going on. And
Yeah.
it's not going to happen in the universities. So I think, like I said, like events like this, and then also I think people kind of independently coming in and trying to do work like that could be pretty valuable in terms of collaboration and value that's being provided to the rest of the like the country or men who are in that situation.
Yeah. I agree with you. That's why I've been collecting data for almost 2 years. Little
What kind
citizen science experiments.
what data are you collecting?
Oh, just tons and tons of conversations and tons of
Uh,
subjective experiences. Tons and tons of different links from all over that kind of connect a lot of the things. Lots of collecting a lot of different channels and videos where a lot of these guys are saying the same damn thing. Like, I feel like it's where the humanities should be working on, right?
and so you're collecting like is it stories or like
Mhm.
is it about like what they're going through with women or society in general or what type of things?
All kinds of things. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
All
think that would be a cool thing to study.
yeah. Yeah, because a lot of the things feminism has touched in the humanities, a lot of the research that they've done actually is it's not it's not taken from a good pool, and it also has like an ideological bias tinge to it that I think skews the results. So, and I know a lot of these
Yeah, so it's like,
policies are predicated on these studies. So I'm like, yeah,
yeah, I think that's also one reason why they're not going to allow anyone to like combat their ideology is not just because they want the ideology, but it actually does have power. Like Jeff was saying at the speech, it's like psychologists are testifying in court about theories of like what's harming his child or whatever, like that his speaking is harming his child. And then the court is ruling to prohibit him from speaking based on that.
right. Smith. I haven't seen Smith in a while. Well, I know you're running low on time. I appreciate your input. You actually gave me some stuff to consider. I have lots of different clients in various departments at Texas A&M, so yeah.
Oh, so that's your connection to university is that you have clients that work
Yeah.
there or work
Oh
students there?
yeah. Work there. Have been
Oh, okay.
students there, were students there, are staff there. Graduates from A&M that own like businesses in my community.
Mm.
People that work in city government. Yeah, that's kind of my connection to this. I mean, I've watched my university specifically and the people that I care about that work within the university. I've watched a lot change in the past 13 years and change really quickly. I mean, Texas A&M was one of the last ones to even let women in. And fast forward to last winter where they had a young black woman talk about how isolating it is and how left out she feels because she doesn't see her face on the wall of the Texas A&M history. I'm like, that's a bit much. That's a bit much. Like they're trying to change history at A&M. I mean, they've overrun a lot of departments already, and it's bullshit. If any university is going to get cleaned out, it's going to be A&M first. So they have the least amount of infection, I believe.
I'll take your word for it, but I don't trust any of them. So
I know.
that's also why, yeah, like I said, I think it's really outside the universities where a lot of this stuff is going to be developed and studied. And I think once these problems become very large in society, like too much to ignore, then the universities will possibly just like try to take it and be like, oh, look, like we were doing this all along, or we're leading the way on like whatever, if it's like
Right.
men's rights, whatever, like we're leading the way on this and we're at the
Right.
forefront of this. So,
Right.
I mean, I think they'll eventually do a 180 and try to claim that they were doing this all along, and people will probably believe them because they revere the universities and they're just unassailable to a lot of people.
Yeah. Well, they should be revered based on what they produce. They're not producing very good product these days, so.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah, I
Nick,
think
thank
that's.
you very much.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. Is there any closing statements you would like to tell the world before you go?
I guess just what I was going to say is I think that the issue is actually that they are producing some legitimate stuff like in the sciences, and there's also like stuff that's less legitimate or not legitimate in these
Right.
other fields. And
Right.
since they're both under the same roof,
Mm-hmm.
then it kind of like the one legitimizes the other.
Hmm.
So I think like from what I saw, like in the future, if these were totally isolated from each other.
Hmm.
You have to like say like, oh, they're doing a good job here, but maybe not here. You would kind of just be able to say like, this university is good, this one's doing a bad job, and
Yeah.
close that one or do whatever to fix that one. So I think that in the future, trying to isolate those two components is a good idea.
Yeah, because it seems like the bullshit is stifling the legitimate stuff.
I would say like the legitimate stuff is legitimizing the bullshit is more of the case.
I have a lot of clients in the hard science departments, and that they are in the past 2 years just now feeling some of the stuff. Like the creep has taken that long
Yeah.
to reach their departments. So they're like, what the hell is this?
It was pretty prevalent like when I was there, and I mean I don't know how it would be going back now, but I think even people who were trying to avoid it are now maybe starting to realize it. But now all the people who were fighting are gone. So
Right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think on that. Well, it was lovely chatting with you, sir.
yeah, thanks for having me.
Let me know if you need anything for your thing.
Writing projects.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have you take a look at it and give feedback in like a week or two.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know.
All right, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Later, Nick. Nice meeting you, Nick. You guys are too much. Right? The crazy bitches are radioactive. Yeah. Dude, I saw something earlier. I shared it in my. Where is it? Right, Outlaw? You guys. Where is it? Maybe I'll save that for later. Yeah, I know. Maybe I'll drop the link if anybody wants to come up and say anything about the interview. Oh, yeah, Iridium Kush. I've been emailing Kenyatta. So, let's see. I asked her if she would join for a conversation because she asked what kind of topic. I said, how about the topic of how to put a stop to intergenerational trauma, breaking the cycles of dysfunctional family upbringings, then going into various kinds of dysfunction and how they overlap from culture to culture. And she said, it sounds like a great topic. I think I'd be interested only for conversation purposes, meaning I don't have an agenda or anything or belong to any group or sector. Yeah. And she was asking about tackling it during Thanksgiving break. She works in education and she's very busy and free then.
I just got to the comments here. So,
how you doing,
yeah,
Kush?
I'm doing good. Doing very nice.
You guys are attempted distracting. Failed.
No, I saw you lose it a couple times.
I
think
yeah.
Nick did too. I was watching him like a hawk. Because
Right?
there was one time I asked him, I said, do you still smoke pot in college? I saw him kind of look at it. He kind of looked at him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say that, yeah, I heard you while I was going in. For some reason, I was busy just trying to retype my name here as I was going up because it had blocked my camera access or something. So I was getting that all taken care of. But Yeah, you mentioned about Kenyatta.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I'd be happy because she was real based when I
yeah,
heard her talking on that stream that Sunkist had, and I thought she said she talks about a lot of the things she experienced in her because she's in my same age range
yeah,
and generation. I'd be interesting to hear things from her point of view,
yeah.
um, just to see hear her spin on it. Um, would be would be interesting. What a hippie!
Smith.
No, no. So cool. So yeah, I was just talking in the stream too. I have a Halloween stream planned,
Yeah.
and yeah, I'm not going to give away too many spoilers, but it's basically if you defect from the crazy boot camp, there will be a penalty for it, and I'll show you what that penalty is.
Yes. Yes.
So,
Crazy bitch boot camp propaganda.
yeah,
Love it.
it'll be a little hellfire and brimstone horror story. So
Yes. Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've actually been playing tag on YouTube with the guy whose video I'm going to use.
Uh-huh.
I'm not giving it away. I'm not going to post the video and the link yet because it'd give away too much information. Um, but yeah, it's a pretty good video. He finally got back to me and said, "Yeah, go ahead, use it, no problem."
Nice.
So I finally got to go ahead to do that, and
Nice.
he has some other really good content. This guy, I think, is red pill, at least to some degree, red pill, just based on some of the things, because he talks about some of the global, whatever you call it, warming, climate change, whatever you want to call it, um, uh, crap, and he kind of mocks fun at that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, I had to leave that stream because I hear that drivel so much. I can't I just can't handle it.
The
I just
SJW stuff.
oh yeah, that
Yeah.
stuff I can't stomach it. It just instantly gets me into rage mode. I mean,
Mm.
I don't like can't look at
Yeah.
that stuff.
Yeah.
I can't listen to these mindless drones just go on like that,
Yeah.
um, and do that. So yeah, you're
Yeah.
like me.
I want to know. I
Really
want
mad.
to know
I'm
what
just looking
universe.
at that. Hmm?
Oh, I was going to say I want to know what university those crazy thoughts came from, and who told him. Who told him those? Who put those ideas in their head?
Yeah, I don't know because you didn't see that. I went to Michigan State University and
Mm-hmm.
26 to 27 years ago, you'd see people protesting, but it was people were respectful to each group. And um, a lot of times you'd actually have the religious right out there just saying things about, you know, making, just saying terrible things about people smoking weed and stuff. I mean, and just like, I mean, really derogatory things. And this was the far right. But you didn't see that presence of the far left like that as much. Um, it was very much 50-50 at the college when I went there.
Mm-hmm.
And it was that way amongst, I would say, guys and girls both. I mean, there most of the girls in my study groups who I worked with in chemical engineering, what few chemical engineering women there were,
Mm-hmm.
um, they were very based. They were very red pill oriented. They were very right leaning in
Mm-hmm.
their thinking. All of them. And most of the women I associated with were the same way. Um, they were, you know, like you, basically, GM. A lot. They think, they talk, they act a lot like you. That's why I can relate to you so easily
Based.
because you're based. Yeah.
I hear him based.
Yes. You're one
Yeah,
of the few
actually.
out there who I know. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Red
And
Pill Pope came in on the last stream, I think last night, and he was like, are you an IF, or he asked it which personality type
INFJ.
Yeah, he asked if I was an INFJ, and I said
That's
no.
what I've been told. That's what I've been told. I am.
Yeah.
INFJ.
Well, the FJs and the TJs get along really well.
No,
Yeah.
don't say that. Don't. No.
Well, Scorpion's not a real INTJ. Don't worry.
Okay. Go. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. I mean,
she's
worried.
not a real one. No. She only claims to be that because it's supposed to be the most rarest female type.
Yeah.
So, it fits into her I'm a unicorn, vegan, feminist, Scorpion, whatever narrative. But
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Is she still around trolling other people's sites? Because I banned her from mine, so I don't even bother.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
I mean,
know.
she made this like stupid ass video about what an email message that you put up about her, and she wrote this like in crayon, for lack of a Manlatopia, pasted a link to it, in your chat there.
Yeah.
But
She
yeah, I
blocked
mean,
me, so I can't see her comments anywhere.
well, it's not comments; it's a video.
Oh,
Oh, it's like a YouTube short. So you should be able to view it, I would think. So, I mean, if you want to, I honestly, if Manlatobia had not told me about that, I wouldn't have. I still lived a wonderful and productive life without ever seeing that.
well, I'll just ask you if you've seen it. Is there anything worth seeing over there?
No,
Okay,
no. I mean,
then
if you like watching a crazy idiot throw mousetraps in a hole, I mean,
okay.
There was that video too, and then there was another one where she I don't comment on her videos. I don't have any interest. There's one though that I commented on. She was at in like the grocery store parking lot, like she was finishing doing an Instacart order, and she was like spying on this couple hooking up in the parking lot. Like, and she's talking about it on her cell phone. She's recording it on her cell phone. And I commented on it. I'm like, here's a suggestion for you. Mind your own business.
Right. She can't do that.
No. I mean, it's
She
like, what's the
can't
matter with you?
do
I mean,
that.
I've seen that kind of shit take place before when I was in Chicago 6 months ago. I was staying at a hotel, and that's the Chicago Midway Airport is a huge hub for Southwest Airlines. I was sitting in my car smoking a joint, and I was parked in the back, just out of sight, out of mind. And lo and behold, out comes this thought flight attendant and a pilot, and they start going at it behind the dumpster right there. And I moved my car and went elsewhere. Just
Fucked off.
Yeah, I don't want to see what's going on there.
Right.
I don't want to know. I don't want to see. I don't care. It's none of my business.
Right.
And I don't want them knowing what I'm doing either. So,
right.
Bygones be bygones. It's like, nope, I don't need to see that. Personally, I just don't need to see that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. So, who else are you going to be interviewing, or do you want to keep that under wraps?
Oh, I need to get back to Carnell. I guess next month will be a chat with Carnell.
Who's Carnell?
Carnell Smith. He is he works in the like family law stuff, paternity, child support. He's really into the psychologies too. So I don't know. I have some questions about. I might play something. Do you mind if we play something and then speak about it?
I don't care.
Okay, because something that I've been thinking about with the law, right? Because there's some stuff in the family law that can be used to, like with the Duluth model, to punish people's behavior, pretty much. But it's not in regular law. Like, mental illness seems to be something that is a defense in like regular law, but not so much in family law. So I want to kind of research more on that to figure out why and
Okay,
what is it that they're using.
that is certainly not an area of expertise for me.
Yeah, me neither. This might be more of a contriver / Billy question. I don't know, but
I try to avoid that kind of stuff personally.
yeah,
It's because I'm a man of science, engineering, analytics.
right.
I don't do bullshit well.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I'll save it for later then. What do you think about Elon Musk? Do you have any?
Oh, like all I know, I've heard piecemeal about it. So he took over Twitter, and I
Mhm.
guess he's going to fire 75% of the staff. Is that it?
As far as I could tell.
And I guess he walked in there, and he showed that video where he walked in there with a sink, and
Yeah.
that was a symbolic. I'm taking out the kitchen sink, or what, or I'm cleaning house, or what? Is that was that symbolic of? I guess.
Well, he said,
Or sending them down the drain, or any of those are good analogies to me.
right, me too. Let's see, entering Twitter HQ, let that sink in.
Yeah, but I don't have, and I guess I saw somebody say they're gonna troll Twitter once he lifts all the censorship bullshit, and it's just gonna be fire at will kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I just said to myself, I wish I don't have a Twitter account. Otherwise, I'd be right in on that. But yeah, I don't even have a Twitter account, so, and I wouldn't even consider getting one.
I like it. I like Twitter. I use it differently though. I drop links to our streams and various different comments, or I'll send them to people.
Yeah, I never took a hankering to that. And I have Facebook, but I haven't used it, and I haven't updated that in years. So, and I may delete that altogether because I don't like those platforms.
Yeah.
I'll keep my LinkedIn. I have to keep that for business and professional reasons. But any of that other crap, I just think it's unhealthy to have that stuff, and just in general. So,
Yeah.
who else is here? Marie,
Harley and Marie just said they finished a stream.
Luciana Psen, that's Harley. Oh, Marie does streaming content.
Well, this is, yeah, here. I'll give you a link. They have a channel. It's kind of like the wife school section of the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp with
Okay.
the Weave Destroyer dictator and Sister Marie Superior, the dictator of the Catholic sector of the boot camp. So they're the ones that nurture the crazy bitches after I've torn them to shreds, and I throw them over there to rebuild themselves. No, they're trying to. They got some good streams put together so
what
far.
was this? So, debrief me a little bit. What was this whole 21 Con thing in Florida that you went to? I've heard I know the pieces. I can put some of it together, but I don't know the whole puzzle.
It's just I guess an annual convention. I don't know. It's the first one I've ever been to.
So what is it? What is the theme of the convention?
Make women great again. Restoring the patriarchy, getting rid of feminism.
Okay.
Yeah. Men helping men.
Is this an annual event?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When is it usually the same time of year? I'm just thinking,
I think so.
is something I can attend?
Yeah, definitely. You should totally go, Kush, to the next year one. I'm bringing my son next year. So
yeah,
he's definitely going to go.
yeah. And in that same regard, I'm going to be traveling like crazy in the next 6 months at least. So I'm going to be down to Houston at least once.
Mhm.
No, I'll be in Texas at least once. I'm going to be. It's too bad I had a trade show in Fort Worth last year, but that moved to Memphis, Tennessee this year or
Mm.
next year. So, but yeah, anybody who's in those cities, I'll try and look you up. Any of you who are there, because I'm going to France in January. I'm going to Vegas in 2 weeks. Actually, the week before Thanksgiving is the week I'm in Vegas for a cannabis trade show. And then that's some travel. I may be taking a trip down to Florida. I'm not going to say where because I don't want Scorp Thought to know.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Does she live in Florida?
She's in Miami. I could tell in one of her videos that Hermit posted
Uh-huh.
during one of Hermit's streams. I could tell by the weather, the palm trees and everything. I've been to Florida enough times. I could tell that she's in like I think she's in the Miami area, in that area. Yep.
Mm.
Southern Florida. But yeah, I will be probably taking a trip to Florida in December, January timeframe. It'll be like a week-long deal for that. So I'll be starting up a customer's piece of equipment down there to do that.
Yeah.
And then where else will I be? I'll be on the West Coast. I'll be in Oregon, Portland, Oregon, in April timeframe, I think. And yeah, I'll be making trips, and I always make trips out to Boston because that's a 3-hour drive. New York City, that's a 3-hour drive for me. So anything like that, I'm oftentimes traveling up and around there too. So cannabis trade show, bloody hippie. So if any of those who are interested in the trade show I am going to, it's called MJ BizCon in Las Vegas. If anybody in the area is interested. Hello, Bandit.
Hey, Bandit.
He's back. Bong rips from Iridium Kush. Yeah, if you want to stock up on supplies, they got plenty there. Paraphernalia and that kind of stuff there. I'm reading. Sorry if I look distracted. I'm reading the chat.
No, you're fine.
Yep.
You're fine.
But
yeah, here, I'll get you the link for 21.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
I subbed to that already.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
subbed.
they're about to hit 500K. That's good news.
Yeah, I think you sent me the link earlier, and I subbed to it right away.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that's the YouTube's playing that kind of game with me with my number of subscribers. If people are getting unsub to my channel, just check it again and make sure and sub it, because YouTube's pulling that kind of crap. Because I'm actually getting close to 100 subs, which is crazy to me. I didn't think I'd get 5. But yeah. And I did want to say that I really consider it an honor when any of you guys join my chats and stuff. That's really cool that you guys want to listen to me. So really appreciate that.
Yeah, you have a good perspective on stuff. Like a unique perspective. I don't hear anybody else speaking from like your corner of the world. You know what I mean? Like.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing on my stream, I did a stream last night while you were doing yours, because it was when I wanted to get out. I restreamed an interview I had with MGTOW Cowboy when I was out in Chicago 2 months ago. He was the first MGTOW I ever met. And so I interviewed he interviewed me at my hotel there. He took me to the a great steakhouse called the Golden Corral. That was meant as sarcasm.
Oh.
That was
I
the
don't.
worst steak I've ever had. I mean, you couldn't cut it with a knife. Yeah, it was bad. I mean, I wouldn't feed it to a dog. Uh,
Oh,
yeah, it was bad. Uh,
I think we
and
have
the
one
and the
of those
waitress
here in
and the,
town.
and the waitress was right up his alley. She was short. She had blue hair, kind of like the color of the "You're in the Show" here on the Streamlabs. She had blue colored
Ah,
hair. She had piercings,
ah.
tattoos. Um, yeah, she was right up Cowboy's alley. I wanted to give her Cowboy's number, but I couldn't convince him.
Oh, you were trying to hook them up.
Yeah, yeah, I was trying to give him the hookup, man.
Oh.
Um, yeah, because I knew she was right up his alley. But yeah, I restreamed that. I am going to actually do a testimonial about myself. I know I've been on Bullets. I've been with MGTOW Cowboy on other streams, but I want to give it my own, just from the horse, straight from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
And when re-listening to that MGTOW Cowboy interview, I kind of gave I want to call the candy coated version of it, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
where I'm going to where I'll be a little more raw. Um, and because I talked about a lot of the light side, but there's a dark side to it too, like Bullets talks about. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that because there are pitfalls to it too. Just in as much as it was freedom
And the penalty?
and freeing to me, but it was also, it did have its pitfalls and there were potholes along the way. And I want to let that serve as a message to people just in the future. Be careful of those pitfalls because it caused permanent damage to my health. So,
Mm.
yeah.
Mm.
Hey, Bandit, how are you? You're muted, Bandit.
Yeah, I muted him because there was
Oh.
some background stuff.
Yeah, I was muting it. I was just watching the Thursday Night Football. So what's going on, guys?
Oh, hello, Bandit.
I'm doing good.
Have you recovered from your tranny training yet?
Training news. Yeah, I recovered it. It's just bullshit.
Yeah.
Anybody that has a corporate job's got to deal with the bullshit, but it is what it is.
You're gonna have that in the corporate world. All our customers have that crap.
Yep.
Yep, they all have to go through that crap. So, yeah, Bandit, you guys in my chats got a little too out of hand. Susie didn't like my chat in that video. She disabled the comments in that video. So,
What?
yeah, the comments are not available, is what it says. I mean, usually when my videos post, the comments won't post right away. It takes about a day for them to post, but this one has it. It's been a couple days and it's just not showing up.
Well, there's two big things going on overall that we need to talk about. First off, honestly, all this crap's going to end November 12th once Election Day is done because it's just that's how Susan does. Susan's going to do what a Susan's going to do. So election season, she always.
Oh yeah,
they're
ratcheting up the pressure.
Yeah.
They're feeling the heat. Absolutely.
And the other thing
sense
is,
that.
I don't know if you heard.
Hold on, gents. 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee, but I can still hear you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll keep calm.
I don't know if you listened to Hammerhand's stream, but people in the British Parliament have been calling U.S. ambassadors to ban speech on American speech and get certain people jailed. So anybody that has MGTOW content basically is going to be getting targeted by the European Union, British, and America. So it's kind of the nature of the beast right now. You just kind of have to ride the storm out until things calm down a little bit.
Oh yeah, I was still able to post a video. I don't know if you saw that whole video, Bandit, but there was a little clip in the beginning where I played like an F-18 simulator, and it didn't like that. It flagged that as copyright content. It didn't even, and it just said there was like a 1 minute segment of the whole. It's not even the whole video. And it was just like a 1 minute segment, and they chopped it. And I'm like, yeah, go ahead, restream it. And it actually made a better presentation for the video anyway. So,
but if you're playing the content that's a clip of a video game, that's fair use. I know you know that.
I thought it was.
Because
I thought it was.
you're all you have to say is you're critiquing gameplay. You know what I mean? Like, otherwise, no, anybody that does like gamer streams would have to be banned, every single one of them, and no one bans
Yep.
gamer streams. So to me, that makes no sense. They just
No, I couldn't believe it when I saw that because I looked all over that video to make sure there weren't like copyright anything's on it, because I am attentive to that, because for my Halloween stream that I'm doing, there's a content creator whose video I'm going to use mostly as a basis of it, and I wanted to ask this guy. I didn't see any copyrights on it, but just out of courtesy to the guy,
Mhm.
I just left a tag on his stream. Hey, can I use this for a stream I want to do? And he said, yeah, absolutely, do as you wish. So. And I just feel it's courtesy to do it because I could tell this guy put a lot of effort into the content that he created there, and I don't want to just pirate that.
Mhm.
So
And I don't know if you
Hold,
guys know, but the
hold on, Vic.
MXR Plays just got canned.
who?
MXR Plays, which is like, I mean, they post stupid comment, but they have over 1 million subscribers, and they just got canned for making fun of Jordan Ramsey.
What?
Like, yeah, so like the ban hammer's coming down for everybody. Like MXR Plays is a big channel.
Well,
And
they
they
wanted
got
to
their second
cancel.
strike.
They wanted to cancel Russell Brand, and he has 6 million followers.
I know.
And
I
he's
mean-
left leaning.
I know.
Right. Hold on, Krish. So you're saying the chat isn't available or hasn't become available for the video that you had to edit?
Let me see if I can pull up that video and just see exactly what it says. Bear with me a minute.
Because I've noticed that in the past, if I've had to edit a video, the chat won't
Yep.
be available after that.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up my video right now. Just live chat replay is not available for this video.
Is that the one that had the F plane that you had to cut out?
Yeah, yep. That's
Okay,
the same one.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it I don't think it will show it because I don't know for some
when
reason.
it fucks up the text or something when it does. It fucks up the
Yeah.
chat when it does that.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I thought it may have been something like that. Okay. Still, that's probably why that was done.
It could be. It very well could be.
Well, but what did it say? Because when I share stuff, it depends on who.
You can pull up that video if you want.
Yeah, but when I share stuff, people will do like a copyright thing on it where they could block it, or they'll just receive analytics on it. Like whoever you share has the option on what to do with it. If
Yeah,
you're
like on those-
monetized, they can take monetization for it.
Yeah, since I'm not
Yeah.
monetized, and the other thing is like those songs I played at the beginning and the end, I did get a copyright notice, but I got that. It was a green light. It just said, the user said no problem, but it just did give that. It just made me aware of it, but they just said, yeah, no issues. But yep.
Kush, you need a fair use banner like mine.
Yeah, I like the banner I have though, but
did you put fair use on it?
No, I didn't put fair use on it. I could do that or
Just
edit it.
slide it in there.
No,
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, no, it would be a great thing, and I wish they would do this. Could you imagine if Spotify, for example, linked with YouTube, and then you could spend like $5 a month and play whatever music you want on your channel? Like that would be like, why isn't stuff like that being talked about?
Well,
that would be a partnership in heaven, right there.
Well, none of this makes any sense because me playing that video, I was just promoting that game, whatever it was. And I was giving them free advertising.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why I don't. And same thing when I play that Kid Rock song. That's free advertising. I made it very clear that that's that's listed right there who the artist is. And it's the same thing. I'm not monetizing that stuff, so yeah, it made no sense to me at all. But even the stupid YouTube short I did where I had a song playing in the background, it flagged me on that background music.
See,
even it just said, but it said it's okay, but it flagged that just playing it in the background.
Yeah, that makes no sense
Yeah.
at all. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you would figure a good sponsorship for YouTube would be Spotify, because then you could just sell like a package for streamers, and then they can play whatever music they want on their channel. Like,
Yeah.
I don't understand why that's not a thing. Like, this is the kind of stuff that, like, YouTube's just, not caring about its streamers, not caring about anything. And why, like, if I was Elon Musk after taking over Twitter, my next thing I would do is target YouTube.
You bet.
Yeah, because if you even had some deal with some music company to share music that streamers can, pay a subscription to, and they can play whatever music they want on their channels, that would solve so many issues. And all you'd have to do is post a comment of what the music, like what music you're using at the end of at end of the stream or something.
Hmm.
Yeah. So, I don't know. It seems like YouTube is going to get replaced eventually. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, with the other platforms like Odyssey and BitChute and um, those
Rumble.
different things, Rumble, those things will start growing. I have an Odyssey account and I have a BitChute account. Um, I should probably figure out how to stream my content onto those platforms. Just have it in more than one place.
If any other platform is going to take over YouTube, I think it's going to be Rumble. Rumble seems right now. I mean, things can change in 6 months, but right now,
Hmm.
Rumble seems to be the one that's getting the push. They're doing monetization. They're trying to get big streamers to go over there. If anyone has a chance, I think Rumble's going to be the place.
Yeah.
But
But what I also want to say is I lost my train of thought. What cracked me up? Oh, that message that you had sent me, or that I had sent to you, GM. When you and Billy tried to translate that message, I was uh, I was I was laughing. I was dying. You're muted.
Yeah, no, that was so damn funny. Oh, she was so mad. She was streaming at the time.
Oh,
And
she was
yeah.
straight. Oh yeah, and in fact, I did the stream after yours because I couldn't go to sleep that night. I think,
Mhm,
or maybe it was after you had the one guest from 21 Studios. I couldn't remember.
mhm,
Um, but I did that late night stream, and then like two of her minions or two accounts under her, like one before 10 minutes before I even began the stream, it came the mess. One of them came in, and I blocked it.
mhm,
Um, and then like I don't know, maybe a third of the way through the stream, another one came in, and I blocked it. I'm like, hey, I love this. It's just like shooting down planes with a SAM missile launcher. That's why I did the F-18 video, just to demonstrate. This is what happens. You're just gonna get shot down. I don't
right,
care.
right,
I'm not gonna talk to you. I'm not gonna. I don't do stupid.
right, right.
Anybody wants to come on my platform and talk? And anybody wants to disagree with me, you're free to disagree. Absolutely. But you're gonna talk shit, act a fool, and no, I'm not gonna waste my time with you. You're gonna act like a feminist. You're gonna act like um, you're gonna project like a feminist. I have no interest in talking to you.
Yeah, yeah. Crazy bitchery.
yeah, you can't fix them. you just
No.
yeah. It's kind of like the death throes of feminism, where like they're acting out now because no
Oh
one's
yeah.
giving them what they want. They're not
Right.
getting the narcissistic hit of, you know,
Yeah.
everybody is falling for exactly what they're saying. So now they're lashing out because
Yeah.
they know like the best days of feminism was behind them.
Yep. Yep. It's
And
like the chicken after its head's cut off and it's still running around making a mess of
yeah,
things. Yeah.
but the thing
Poop,
that they don't,
pooping all over the
yeah,
place.
Yeah.
the thing
Yeah.
they don't talk about is like the pendulum switching the other way. How far in the extremes are we going to go on the other side? Because
Mm.
that's the thing that most of the time happens when you have one extreme. We don't go in the middle; we go to the other extreme. So how far to the right are things going to get?
Right.
That's where that's the big, $1 million question in my opinion is
Yeah, how far is this pendulum going to swing in the other direction? Yep.
yes, like are we
Yep.
talking about like I'm not saying fascism, but I'm saying like are we talking like 90s where music's getting censored? Like how far are we going to go? Are we talking like what's her name? Kenneth Reagan's Reagan's
Nancy,
Nancy Reagan doing her
just say no bullshit.
yeah, just say no and have to put, MA on CDs and music back in the day. It's like so I'm curious how far we're going to swing in the other direction.
Yep.
Because the way
Um,
things are, it could go religion, it could go a lot of things. So I don't know. I'm gonna
yeah,
think about.
I think the pendulum. Just this is my personal point of view, and I think the pendulum is swung so far to the left, and I think you're just seeing all the rumblings that it's going to start shifting back the other way. It has to. Um, I mean, I've seen more people streaming this week, MGTOW content creators streaming than I have ever seen um, this week. I mean, I've seen people day, night streaming, and I've ramped up my efforts in that regard too. I'm responding to that as well, just doing everything I can just to put out, just spew out as much content as I can. I will, like I said, I'll be giving the testimonial. I know Bandit, you like the Chameleon mini part series that I'm doing,
Yeah,
so
I think it's hilarious. It needs to be talked about, and
yep.
it's a
So there's a part 3 coming.
sweet.
Yep, and there will probably be a part 4. So that'll be an ongoing mini series. So I've got a list of them I'm going to go through. Um, so it's an exhaustive list.
Yeah, I know, but it needs to be talked about.
No, I no. And other content creators, some of the bigger content creators talk about some of these people, but I think but they tend to, I think in my minds, they sugarcoat it too much. Where I'm gonna be raw. I'm just gonna be raw about the whole thing. I'm gonna call it as I see it, and I think most people who know me now know that I call it as I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be wrong in saying that?
No,
Nope.
No.
100% no.
You totally do.
Yep.
Yep.
So, plus I just wanted to check out I'm getting tired. I had to take those sunglasses off, and
And you're too baked for the camera. I get it.
it's that, and yeah, I'm just tired. And plus, I think my avatar is pretty cool too. So
Yeah. Let's get a bigger look at this here.
Yeah, and Iridium, just
That is cool.
something to think about maybe for a future stream.
yep,
Say the pendulum does switch in the opposite direction that we're heading. Like we're heading back into a more, I wouldn't say MGTOW, but more fair way of doing things. We haven't gone to the MGTOW way of things, but we've gone to more fair. What kind of policies or things to push would you be okay? Not saying go back to things the way they used to be, but at least go back to things where things can be civil again. Like, what would you see as, benchmark points where things are actually getting better for people, like changing of what laws should be changed, that kind of stuff. Like we can say, oh, we're actually getting what we want now, kind of stuff. Because personally, with all the content going on, I think we're hitting critical mass. I think we're hitting to the point where
Yeah. Yeah.
content's enough out there, enough people, enough eyeballs are watching it that it's getting to the point where change is possible.
Yeah. It is.
yeah, I think there is, and one of the things I see happening is somehow there's going to have to be some push to. Um, my understanding is divorce courts, family courts are unconstitutional. Um, that's got to be addressed. Um, how can a court operate outside of the Constitution? How is that allowed?
The only I mean, I'm not trying to get conspiratorial, but the only way I can see that being possible is under admiralty law. I mean, like, depending on what you believe, where you have, if you look at the White House, all the American flags have that yellow fringe around it. That's
Hmm.
admiralty. That means we're, and it's only when we're in times of war where we can be under admiralty law, which circumvents the Constitution. It's basically the repercussion of the Civil War is admiralty law, which basically means, in a sense, everybody is their own island, and the government is a ship, in metaphorically speaking, and then they could use, since you're an island and you have to trade, quote unquote, with other islands. That's how they're circumventing with divorce court. That's how they got that passed. I know it's convoluted, but that's the rationale behind it. And the only way to get on, and this is another reason why they didn't want Trump in office for 2 years, or for another election, because if we were not under any other wars or potential going to war, admiralty law goes away, and that's how you can attack divorce court, because then we're going to be under the Constitution again. See,
Yeah.
admiralty law is a way to circumvent the Constitution. It's like a soft circumventing of the Constitution because we're under wartime provisions. It's kind of like we're at war, so things are going to be different. So if we're not under the war aspect, admiralty law goes away, and then divorce court goes away because that's the only way you can then attack it.
Well,
So
that goes back to
the only way things can change is we need to stop going under these wars.
well,
That's why we
that's where
constantly go into
that's
war.
where I was leading into
Yeah.
is um, no more funding to the Ukraine. Um,
Hmm.
no more of that. No more of that shit. We don't get involved with it. Um, they can figure out. I'm very with Trump on that position.
Hmm.
Those people in NATO can figure that shit out on their own. Um,
I
and
honestly say we should start billing NATO for all,
yes,
since
Trump
we're
wanted to
putting
get
out
us out of that.
yeah, well, I'm taking it a step further. We're still in NATO, so why don't we freaking build the crap out of them? Everybody's supposed to be putting in 5% of their GDP in. We're putting in damn close to 10%. Most European countries are roughly between 1 and 3%. So we should start billing NATO to wipe out our debt. That's one way of wiping out our debt. They should start freaking paying us. We can pay off our debts, which would get us moving in the right direction. And then what happens is if the Europeans can't pay all that influx of money for the stock market, it's going to be flushed back in the United States because we're the only safe place to store money, and the stock market booms, more jobs. Like this is literally the game plan of fixing the problems of the United States. You can
Well,
do it overnight.
I don't think we even need to go as far as bill NATO. Just stop supporting, just stop financial giving that cut off that financial aid, cut it off.
Well, I was taking it a step further. I want to get the money so
Yeah.
we could start paying off our
Well,
debt.
I don't think you could get it that. I think that has to be a baby step thing. I think it has to. I think you have to crawl before you. That's a crawl before you walk kind of thing. I mean, if
Mm-hmm.
you want to do it realistically, I think it's a crawl before you walk. You cut it off, you wean it off, and then you say, yeah. Now, if you want us to, we're not going to do any more, but if you want us to or do something, set up some kind of a transaction like that, and that's the way Trump did these kind of business deals. Is you um, you do a trade off. You say, hey, we'll keep supporting you, but this is going to cost you now. There's going to be a charge for this, or we keep supporting you, or if you don't start paying for it for us, we're going to cut that back. We're going to ration that back, because we got to trim our budgets, our military budgets, because I have been told, I don't know how accurate this is, but if we were to cut our military spending by, it's like a very tiny amount, a fraction of a percent, we could eliminate the national debt in a matter of years.
That's not true because the problem is we have about rough estimates between 20 and 50 trillion dollars worth of
I will say was as of
unfunded liabilities.
5 years ago. So
Okay,
yeah,
but
5 years
the
ago that may have been true. Today, maybe not. I agree.
the mil it, budgetary problems. It's not the military. It's the welfare programs. Welfare programs. because they're not listed under the budget because they're debt that's not realized yet. But if you actually look at how much is cost and what is owed, military makes. I mean, you know how much the military budget's worth right now. It's probably about 40% of our budget. If you added the unfunded liabilities of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all that stuff, it drops down to right around 15 to 20%. And Social Security jumps to about right around 50% of the budget. We'd be paying off that liability. So if you wanted to cut spending and get rid of entitlements, that's really the way to fix this. You can't cut military spending because it's actually not enough. You would have to
Oh yeah, I get
cut
it.
the
Yeah.
unfunded liabilities. And the
Oh
only
yeah,
way
it's not just that anymore.
But
No.
this is why I wanted to have all the money come back to the United States, because if the stock market booms, that gives you the justification to slowly wean yourself off of Social Security. So
Hmm.
everything. I mean, I really thought about this. Everything weans off of getting money from Europe to come to the United States, so we can wean off Social Security and we can actually be self sufficient again. Like it won't happen unless the stock market goes through the roof, where you can say, okay, start investing, and then we can slowly talk about like Social Security being a like a your personal holding account, where by law you have to save 20% of your paycheck to retirement, but you have control of how to invest that. And then we
Hmm.
slowly wean it to the point where, the next generation goes, okay, now we're pulling away, and you can invest the money as you see fit, but you have to, by law, you have to invest 20% of that money. And because I guarantee you, if you had the ability to invest your own paycheck, you would do so much better than the government.
Oh God,
It would be
yes.
fun. You would have people retiring left and right. You'd
Oh yeah,
have
if I could invest all the money I've paid in taxes, I'd have retired 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know. That's my whole point. Like, and you could start early. Imagine if you were 16 years old and you were investing 20% of your paycheck into, like, literally, you would have like $3 million by the time you're like 45. You could retire at
Exactly.
45.
Yep.
Like, there's a reason why they have the structure that they have today. It's just it's crazy.
Yeah, and
But
I'm lucky because I have a company that pays great on my IRA, and I mean I'm already on the downhill glide. Um, uh, on the downhill glide, I'm on the 10-year plan to retirement. So, and I know that even after I retire, I can do something else. I'll find something else to do to make money if I need to. If I don't want to be in the corporate world anymore, I mean, 60, I'm going to be done with the corporate world. I've pretty
yeah,
much told myself that. 10 years and I'm done with the corporate world. But I could always work at a cannabis dispensary. I mean, I'd fit right in there. Um, I could always become a cannabis connoisseur, or I could, do talk radio. I seem to have a voice for doing that. I seem to
yeah.
have kind of a bit of a flair for doing that. So, because the son introduced me to Tom Lakis.
Oh, Tom Likas. Oh,
That
you're
guy's
gonna have a
funny
field
as
day.
hell.
You're gonna have a field
Oh
day
my,
with that one.
oh my God, that guy was funny as hell. I was listening to that guy at work. I was pissing my pants.
Yeah, you got to get his older stuff. He was a lot
Yeah.
more. He kind of has the trajectory of Howard Stern, where his older stuff is a lot more vibrant compared to his newer stuff. He kind of like mellowed down a little bit,
Yeah.
but
What
yeah,
is it
he's
like
funny.
2017 content is what I was
No,
listening
he's been
to.
around like you can go back to like 2003. Like he's been on the radio
Oh,
for a
okay.
long time.
Okay.
Like he goes way back. But
Okay.
like you were saying, I I mean if I wouldn't argue like being a headhunter and just being like a in your industry being kind of like a contractor where you have projects that you want to take
Oh
and you
no,
just
no,
charge.
a lot of people do. A lot of people go into consulting, and
Yeah,
that's what my mentor did when he retired over 10 years ago. He was a consultant for a couple of years. I can do that. Yeah,
that's a
absolutely.
good way to make. That's how you can make your bank in your last like 2 or 3 years, because you basically work what you want to work, and you basically doubling your salary at the same time.
Oh yeah. In fact, I've already done that kind of moonlighting work for other companies before, for colleagues. So like I had a colleague once who needed a technical document translated from French, and I did that for him. I made an
Okay,
English version of it for him, and that was an easy way to make $1,000.
there you go.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
and depending on how you funnel your money, you can use it. If you make yourself an LLC or something, you could and buy certain things. You could definitely leverage depreciation and stuff, and you know keep your and get a lot more money back compared to an employee. Like there's ways to save even more money being your own contractor than there
Oh,
is as
there's
your
all
own.
kinds of shit I can do
Yeah,
because I know foreign languages, but not just in conversational, but technical terms, technical descriptions in foreign languages. So I can translate manuals, I can translate technical documents into Spanish and French and
mm-hmm.
German, to and from, and vice versa. And that's an on-demand skill because you can't just hire. Our company tried to do that. Hire a French intern student to translate technical documents into English. It was a complete failure because she just didn't know the machinery, um, and she didn't
Yeah,
know the technical terms in English to properly translate it into. So that's where someone like I can look at French terminology. I can look at a bearing housing in French, and I can tell you what those parts are in French, and it makes sense to a French speaking person because a lot of those technical terminologies don't make any sense historically.
yeah.
So that it's really that's a very unique niche, um, that I've already proven I can make good money doing it if I needed to. So and that's not even engineering. That's just language ability alone.
But it is
Um,
engineering to a degree because you have to know the running
yeah,
parts
yeah,
of how the
yeah,
things work.
yeah,
So you're applying your current job with your passion project of learning other languages, and there
yeah.
you're monetizing your talents. Can't can't say no to that one.
No, no, and that's a nice thing. It's the job security, and it's crazy. I've pretty much already been told, or we've understood that we're not going to be able to hire somebody for at least the foreseeable future until there is some kind of correction in the reality of what people think they can make starting pay versus what you know we're really saying. Can we're going to pay you this much. I mean, this is the talks I have with my colleague Bandit.
Hmm.
We're going to pay somebody this much. Are you going to make us X much more amount of money? We're going to pay you X amount of salary. Do you make us X amount in extra business? How many you we pay you this tens of thousands in salary? How many hundreds of thousands more business does that result in a year?
Yeah, what's the return?
What's the it's just simple ROI.
Yep, that's what I was gonna say. It's ROI. The
And go
the
ahead.
problem the problem is even with my generation, like millennials, I barely make millennials out. I missed it by 1 year. I'm still pissed about it. I'd rather be a Gen Xer, but um, work ethic hasn't been high on the priority list, and Zoomers have taken that to the next degree. So sadly, your options are hire, going virtual and hiring someone from a different country that values strong work ethic, and then having to find a way to deal with those different scenarios and challenges, or you're going to have to hire two people to do your job. You're going to have to take your duties, cut them in half, and give them to each person, and just pray that it gets done. You know what I mean? Like, you the fact that no one wants to work as hard anymore and just wants to do what they can do, and it's 5 o'clock, I'm clocking out. You might have to hire two people to do your job, and that's going to have to be
Um,
a business decision. If your job's that important, you're going to have to maybe hire two people to do your job when you retire.
oh yeah, yeah.
And then
I'm sure that's what's going to happen. The Filling my shoes is not, and I'm not saying that as a pat in the back, but filling my shoes will be, I'd say, for all intents and purposes, impossible. Um, this day and age, at least. And even I am uncommon. I was uncommon among my generation. I was a rare bear among my generation, and the generations that have followed, forget it. Um, I'm the only one in our office who even knows French, and we're a French company. Um,
What?
I kid you not. I kid you
Wow.
not. The last person who
Uh,
spoke French in our company retired 5 years ago. I am the last French speaking person in the United States office. Um,
mm,
and I'm the only one who can communicate in French through the switchboard operators. A lot of these guys bitch and complain up one side and down the other that they can't get help from the people in France. I'm like, well, do you learn any words? You work for a French company, for fuck's sakes.
right.
I mean, did it ever occur to you to learn their language, their customs, understand it? Because I did. I made it a point to do that. My boss there made it a point to make me read a book and understand it.
Hmm.
And that insight was valuable. And I try to pass that insight along to these clowns, and they will not listen. And they
Hmm.
bitch and complain that they aren't getting any help from those people over there. I say that's too bad. Um, I've told you, I've explained this time and again. And when I go over there to France and I talk to their colleagues and I talk to my colleagues over there about that, that's the first thing they bitch at me about. Those guys don't try to understand what they're dealing with over there. I mean, I understand the French are difficult to work with. They can be rude. They have their nuances. I also understand that they are human beings just like us, and they are
Right.
struggling with the same kind of shit, even worse than we are here. We have it better here than they do. Okay,
Right. Right.
100%.
we have it far better than we do, than they do. One of my colleagues over there, who I spoke with last week, had to go up to her village in the north, to her town in the north, to escort her parents get gas because people are going to fisticuffs over gas at the gas
Mm,
station because they're running out. They're going to fisticuffs over it. And her parents are old people, and she's concerned about their safety and well-being.
Yep. I
And
had
that's
on.
the shit that they're struggling with, and they've got that in the back of their head, you know. And then they got us crawling, breathing down their neck too. The United States isn't their only business. We're a 1/3 of their business. The other 66, they do half their business in Europe, and then the other balance in Asia. So we're not the only part of their business. So
Yep.
you have to balance. They have to balance those things too. And I try to explain that to these guys, and it's just in one and right straight out the other.
yeah.
Yep. And the thing is, like, I had a nice long conversation earlier today on a panel talking about the exact thing you're talking about, where things are going to get rough soon, and most Americans are not prepared for when things get bad and how to react. And we had a similar conversation about you were talking about in France, where you had to escort people because to a gas station because you
Hmm.
never know what's going to happen. And a lot of it, like, when bad things happen, a lot of it is because you didn't plan for it and you don't have the resources or the stockpile to survive something like that. So you got to plan for bad things now so you have the resources to ride out the storm. Otherwise, you're going to be ending up just like that story right there. I mean, could you imagine going to like Costco to get gas and you know there's some there's some guy in a truck or something like that's like holding everybody up and coming out with them with a Glock saying you're not getting gas today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
and
that's very possible.
the thing that spooks me about this, and I've seen this happen, is when this stuff always tends to start in the Europe, and then it tends to migrate to the United States.
Hmm.
That's usually how these things start. Like all that environmental crap started over there, migrated here. So much of those socialist policies, they have their origins there in those countries, particularly the countries like Germany and
Oh, don't get me
those.
started on Germany. Germany
Yeah,
is
don't get me either. But with
Germany is
that
on my
stuff, that
shit list
yeah,
because
um,
every bad decision that's happened in the last 1,000 years has been a German idea.
yeah,
I mean, we could go
no,
from Martin Luther to, you know, the guy with the mustache. We can go
Mhm.
into the Hamburg School. I mean, the list goes on and on. Germany is the bastion of bad ideas.
I wonder why that is, though.
Why?
Why?
Because
I
the
blame.
German.
Well, hold on. I blame Hitler's mom.
Actually, it wasn't Hitler's mom. It was more like Hitler's father that kind of did that one.
Mm.
He was a mama's boy, but because his dad used to
Right?
beat the living
He
shit
was
out
a
of him.
son husband.
Oh
I
yeah,
blame
yes
his
he
mom
was.
for that shit.
Well, I heard he was all into all gang of crazy shit.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he was on. And why he was always manic and crazy was he was always on cocaine every single day. He was on amphetamines every single
Well,
day when he was ruling Germany.
he was in the late stages of syphilis. I mean, that makes you crazy.
Yep,
Mm.
he had syphilis. He was a vegan. So
Right?
I didn't know
but
that.
oh,
I
you
didn't
didn't
know
know
that.
that? Oh,
See,
No.
he was a
staunch vegan.
male feminist
Yeah,
is what
he
he
was a male.
was.
I
Yeah.
mean, the amount he wanted to make Germany the first country to ban meat products.
Oh, what's this? This is an Office Space parody? It looked like it.
And it says
But
Elon Musk fires Twitter CEO and top censorship executives immediately after officially closing deal.
nice,
Fuckers.
noise. Let the chaos begin. I love to watch the Twitter reads. It's gonna be great. But to get back on the whole the
Yeah.
Germany thing, like
Yeah.
there's just so many bad. My personal belief why all this stuff happens in Germany is because Germany has a very long history of educated people with good ideas, but they
Mhm.
also have a propensity to get along to go along. So bad
Mhm.
ideas kind of just permeate there. They don't go and die like other countries have it because they'd have a discussion. Well, Germany they'll just be like, okay, we'll just go along with it, and then that's how these bad ideas fester. Because as German people for the most part they put up with a lot of bullshit and they don't want to cause a scene, so they'll just go and
Right.
just do it, and
I do
Yeah.
agree with that. Yeah.
that's the reason why bad ideas kind of come to the top because instead of like in America, there's a bad idea, you're gonna have at least one American say, you know what, we're not gonna do this. You know what I mean?
Depends on the bubble that you are
Yeah,
isolated in. And
but I'm saying
Well, even the
culturally,
French, I mean, they'll snub their noses. I mean,
yeah, but I'm saying culturally, like it's disrespectful and not viewed as being culturally acceptable to start dogging other people's ideas. Like if you're supposed to just put on a happy face and just say, okay, I agree to disagree, and that's how they end it. Like here we'd have an open discussion and everything like that. So that's why bad ideas permeate in Germany, because they don't die when they're supposed to die in debate. They just go right to practice.
yeah, because I actually Bandit. I don't know if you heard that on my stream, but I got a LinkedIn message from the CEO of our company in France, and he basically I asked him what the situation is there to give, and he was pretty candid with me. They aren't having the same kind of problems over there in France because, like you said, they don't just go along with the flow like everybody else. They didn't shut down all their nuclear power plants in France, and France can't do that anyways because they rely on 75% of their nuclear power. They rely on nuclear power as 75% of their electricity, so they simply cannot do that, or else they'd have no electricity. And they have no oil and they have no coal either. Like Germany, they don't have coal.
I know. Germany's screwed energy wise, which is energy's a country's lifeblood. So it doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, I have always, Iridium, I always wanted to ask this because you're an engineer. Maybe you can understand this better than I can. Why is it that most nuclear power plants are not thorium nuclear power plants at this point? Other than climate change nut jobs, take that scenario off the table. Why isn't nuclear power going to thorium? Like, can you explain why that's not a good idea?
I don't know enough about thorium. Um, I'd have to research that. I mean, I am in general in support of nuclear power. Um, the and in fact, nuclear power is one of the safest
Mm-hmm.
and most environmentally efficient ways to do it. The real environmental cost comes from the mining of the uranium. Um, and that's where the real cost comes from, and the
Transport.
um, only a very small amount of uranium is fissionable, like a fraction of a percent. The rest of it's just waste, and that takes a lot of energy to isolate those isotopes of uranium to make enough of it to make for fissionable, significantly fissionable quantity of material for either a fuel rod or a bomb,
Mm-hmm.
either one. So that's how they made plutonium, is they took uranium, the old isotope, the non-radioactive isotope of uh, uranium. They bombard it with tritium, which is a form of heavy water, and that's how they make plutonium.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yep.
that makes
So
sense.
thorium, I think, is maybe a similar process.
Well, my understanding, thorium is it's half to 4 times less half life of uranium. So it's only radioactive for like 50 years, and after
Let me
that,
look
it's
something here.
thorium's also a lot more plentiful around the planet. Like it's not as bad to. It's still going to be hard to, mine and everything else, but there's more quantity out there, which will cut costs down. It's safer. It's easier to transport. It's not as radioactive, and it's a lot more efficient. In my understanding, like you don't
Well, I'm
the
pulling it up here on Wikipedia. I'm just looking it up. Thorium is a weakly radioactive metallic chemical element, TH, atomic number 90. Silvery tarnishes, blah, blah, blah. +4. Isotopes are unstable, so, yep, has a half-life of 14.05 billion years. That's a pretty long half-life.
Well, I'm just saying
Or
the
about the
research.
age of the universe, yeah.
But they were
Um,
saying the radioactive part is a lot less than uranium. It's
Oh
not.
yeah, it's it's
It's
it's way weakly
mm,
radioactive. I think it's a rare earth metal. So it's very yeah, they're well perfected mining techniques for isolating that. Um yeah, it's just it I'll tell you what that is. That's because they're to mine rare earths like that, you have to leach the soil with some pretty serious acid like sulfuric and hydrochloric acid, and that gets the environmental Bible thumpers all up in a tizzy. Um,
gotcha. So it's like fracking on
and it really
steroids.
is it really is, and not to and in the defense of that, it is a nasty, terrible process. It is not friendly at all. Um, it's very corrosive, and you have to be real careful about it getting into water sources because it can really it can do a lot of damage. It uses cyanide, I think, too.
Okay.
So yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that
not
that
good
makes
stuff.
yeah,
Um,
because my state they like to do a lot of fracking, so I
yep.
understand the whole debate on energy.
This is worse than fracking.
Oh, I kind of figured.
Yeah.
It's fracking on steroids, basically.
Yeah, yeah. It's literally, I mean, they literally take whirlybird sprinklers. They take the leach, the ore. They basically take the truckloads of ore. They pile it on a flat surface, and they take literally whirlybird sprinklers, fill them with acid, and sprinkle it over the ore. They take that leachate that has a dissolved metal in it, and that's just full of all kinds of shit. And then you have to dispose of that waste ore.
Gotcha. Okay.
And it's and for I mean like 1 ton of ore produces maybe like an ounce of the metal, or it's a ridiculous
Yeah.
ratio like that.
Okay.
And
So
that's always the case with mining. I mean, mining gold, platinum, anything, iridium. So yep.
Dude,
um
look at those numbers go. Look at Elon tweeted like 5 minutes ago. The bird is freed. And look, he's already got almost 100K hearts, tons of retweets,
Jesus.
tons. Oh yeah, I'm just watching these numbers
All you can see is just
explode.
tallying up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I love it.
now my whole thing is personally the reason why I thought he bought Twitter is
Mhm.
because he wanted to have a communication method to transport information from Mars to Earth. And if you're going to transport any kind of data, a short text or a couple pictures through a connected database is already pre-established, so it's kind of makes sense why he would purchase Twitter, because you can take the Twitter satellites and the Twitter infrastructure, and you can definitely use it for space. Because if you have, where it's expensive to ship data over long distances, having a thing where the characters are limited and you can only send one or two pictures kind of makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is what he said. I wanted to reach out personally to share my motivation in acquiring Twitter. There's been much speculation about why I bought Twitter and what I think about advertising. Most of it has been wrong. The reason I acquired Twitter is because it is important to the future of civilization to have a common digital town square where a wide range of beliefs can be debated in a healthy manner without resorting to violence. There is currently great danger that social media will splinter into far right wing and far left wing echo chambers that generate more hate and divide our society. And the ruthless pursuit of clicks, much of traditional media has fueled and catered to those polarized extremes, as they believe that is what brings in the money. But in doing so, the opportunity for dialogue is lost. This is why I bought Twitter. I didn't do it because it would be easy. Didn't do it to make more money. I did it to try to help humanity, whom I love. And I do so with humility, recognition that failure in pursuing this goal, despite our best efforts, is a very real possibility. That said, Twitter obviously cannot become a free-for-all hellscape where anything can be said with no consequences. In addition to adhering to the laws of the land, our platform must be warm and welcoming to all, where you can choose your desired experience according to your preferences, just as you can choose, for example, to see movies or play video games ranging from all ages to mature. I also very much believe that advertising, when done right, can delight, entertain, and inform you. It can show you a service or product or medical treatment that you never knew existed, but is right for you. For this to be true, it is essential to show Twitter users advertising that it is relevant as possible to their needs. Low relevancy ads are spam, but high relevancy ads are actual content. Fundamentally, Twitter aspires to be the most respected advertising platform in the world that strengthens your brand and grows your enterprise. To everyone who has partnered with us, I thank you. Let us build something extraordinary together.
I mean, that's great sentiment, and I understand where he's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
However, how is Elon going to react to the
Mm-hmm.
first major advertising deal that that the new Twitter has pulls because of the woke mob? How does he handle that situation? Is going to determine
No.
how I feel about
No.
Twitter.
That's why he's canceling all these censorship people, because the woke mob is getting fired.
No.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is the woke mob that targets, say Apple does advertising on Twitter, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The woke mob's going to target Apple for doing ads on Twitter, and how is Elon going to react to that? Because the woke mob is going to be pissed that they don't have all the controls anymore. So that's what I'm trying to say. How he reacts to that situation is going to determine the fate of Twitter. Because if he can protect the advertisers from the woke mob, then he can win. How he does that, I don't know yet. But if he can find a way to protect his advertisers from the woke mob and the government, he's going to win. And he's going to make a lot of money.
Well, 12 minutes in, and he's got 130, almost 132,000 hearts. I'd be
That was
interested
like
to see what
that
this
was like
taps
when
out at.
that was like when cannabis first went legal in Colorado, because they were the first state to go legal. At 12:01 a.m., the day it went legal recreationally in Colorado, I think $1 million switch hands in about a second. Something insane like that.
Mm.
Just everybody just waiting for it to happen. Your neighboring state there banned it.
Which one?
Maryland is going to go legal this year.
Pennsylvania just made medical legal. Like you have to get a card and all that stuff. Pennsylvania is like Utah. They're the last state to do anything that's for fun. Like we still have I still have to buy liquor from the government.
Oh, I remember that when I've been down there. You
Yep,
have the
that's still a thing.
stupidest laws in the world.
Yep, only Utah. It's the freaking Quakers. Screw the Quakers.
I thought it was
serious. I'm serious. It's the damn
Quakers?
Quaker. It's the damn Quakers. It's the Quakers. Well, the reason why they call it the Quaker state, like literally, the Quakers and their high moral thing. Anything that deals with alcohol or cigarettes, they're a pain in the ass to get. They really like. If you want to buy it at a grocery store, I had to buy it in 6-packs. So if I want to buy a case, I have to go in. I had to do 4 purchases. I had to get in line, buy a 6-pack, get in line, buy a 6-pack, or I have to go to a beer distributor. Now, if I want hard booze, I have to go to actually a state store to buy it. Or
yeah,
I can,
it's totally screwed up. It makes
and
no
they
sense.
have like nothing. Like if I went to like Delaware where there's Total Wine and More, I mean, that's a place to. It's funny. That place is the size of like Costco, and it just sells alcohol from like every single brand. So everybody in Pennsylvania just illegally just goes down to Delaware, don't stock up because there's no sales tax, and then drive over the border. That's what people do because getting alcohol in Pennsylvania is expensive, and there's no variety. It's basically government at its best. Expensive and has no options. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. If Pennsylvania makes it recreational, that's when you know you win. Because we're going to be one of the last states to do it. Yeah. Pennsylvania and Utah are going to be the last to actually legalize it. Unless there's like Congress does it. But statewide, they're going to be the last to do it. Even though the funny thing is the Amish community, like the unspoken rule in Amish countries, I forget what they call it. It's like green stardust or something. They grow hemp and marijuana all the time. Like they don't care. That's why I kind of have mad respect for the Amish because they grow weed all the time in their farms.
That
They'll have
doesn't surprise me.
They have like a cornfield, and like the middle of the cornfield, they'll have like a 1/16 of an acre just of weed. And then
people that was how farmers made their living in Michigan, where I grew up.
Yeah, because especially with hemp and all the things that the industrial uses for marijuana, not to just get high, but actually use it for what it is.
Oh, it was used for rope for centuries, clothing,
paper.
The word canvas and cannabis have the same root.
Yeah, clothes. I mean, you name it. It's a mirror. I still think it's the paper industry that is the reason why it became.
It was the textile industry.
Okay.
With nylon.
Nylon. That makes sense.
Yep.
And they're from Maryland, so screw DuPont.
Dude, everybody is tweeting out all the things that they've been canceled for in the past. Masks don't stop COVID and were used as a form of social control. Hold on. No, this gets good. Dude. Who was it? Oh, yeah. The Hodge twins keep fucking tweeting out a whole bunch of shit. But
oh, did you guys hear the news about it? About the whole COVID stuff?
No.
The vaccine doesn't slow the spread.
Well, no, the vaccine. They were saying vaccine. You were still. Everybody's saying that. Oh, if you get vaccinated, you're not asymptomatic. You can't pass it to people. Well, that was proven a lie.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, everybody in New York that was fired for not getting
you
the
mentioned
Coke.
that on my stream.
Oh yeah, they are now going to get 2 years of back pay, and they're going to get all their sick pay back. So they're going to come back, they're going to work, they're going to go on vacation for 2 months, get paid, and then start working. So all these nurses are going to be making more money than like tenured doctors.
Oh, you made my day when you told me that on my stream.
Yeah,
that made my day. And I saw that when I was checking exchange rate or something. I saw that red, and I'm like, fuck yeah.
Basically, New York is going to California. They're going to be so broke paying out all these lawsuits. It's going to be insane. Literally, New York's going to go bankrupt, and then what's going to happen is Wall Street is eventually going to pull out of New York, and my understanding is they're moving to either Key West or outside of Tampa. That's gonna be where Wall Street's gonna move
Oh, I
to.
hope they go to. I hope they go to Key West because my cousin he works on Wall Street. He works in the financial district on
Hmm.
Wall Street. So yeah, I'd love to be going to Key West instead of New York any
Yeah,
day.
that's what they're talking about. Wall Street's gonna move to. It's someplace in Florida, and then basically, if if Florida can stay conservative, Florida's gonna be probably the richest state in the country. If Wall
Oh
Street,
God, my God, yeah. Oh
yeah,
yeah.
Wall Street moves to California. I mean, moves Wall Street moves to Florida. Florida's going to be basically the beacon of the United States. They're going to be bigger economy than California.
I believe that. Yep. Yep. Nope. I see it whenever I go down there. And when I was down there back in late June, and I mean, people are down there. They're busy. They're hustling, bustling. They're working. Uh, that's
Oh,
what I saw.
yeah, and why they're bustling? Because honestly, a lot of the, you know, Latino community, they have a strong work ethic, and they're gonna
Yep.
bust their balls. I mean, most of them are first or second generation here, so they still have a strong work ethic. Like, you pay me $1 million. Tell me if you can't outwork a Latino person. You know what I mean? Like, no way in hell. They have the best work ethic
Oh
possible.
no, my colleague at work, he has a friend who's like a second uh, second generation Latino. He came to this. He emigrated to this country as well from Mexico, and
Hmm.
he went through the proper paperwork to get citizenship, and now he's getting undercut. He's mad at these illegals because they're undercutting his business, and he went through the legit way, and he's a Mexican immigrant himself, and he's pissed about this crap. He's like, this is killing my business.
I know this is why this is the basically the death knell of the Democratic Party, because when they lose the Latino vote because of immigration, they're done.
Well, they're losing a huge part of the black vote too.
Yeah, yeah.
Black, I mean, I've seen more red-pilled black men than I've ever seen.
I see. I think they were always red pill. They just never voiced their opinion. They just went along to go along. But now
Yep.
since it's okay to diss the Democratic Party, that everybody's just coming out. You know what I mean? Like, at this point, what did Matt Walsh say?
Twitter employees have happily censored, deplatformed, and taken livelihoods away from people who did absolutely nothing wrong. I'm glad they're getting fired now. They get no sympathy from me. You all
None.
deserve this, every bit of it. You had it coming. Now it's here.
Oh, Matt Walsh is my hero.
Yeah.
He's my
No,
hero.
you know what? He did
Oh,
upload.
that was Matt Walsh who wrote that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, he I think I shared it in the community tab. He was talking about pretty much saying if he didn't have an awesome wife, he would definitely be MGTOW.
I could see that.
I
I
can
Yeah.
see
honestly
that.
could see
Yep.
that with Matt Walsh.
Yep.
And I mean, the fact that you can tell he has kids because of the whole training bathroom stuff and the
Yeah.
whole what is a woman? Probably one of the best documentaries I've ever seen,
Oh
and
well,
probably
his feelings about children in general. He's got to. I can only imagine how disgusted he must be.
oh yeah, and he's based as hell. So he's the
Yeah.
kind of guy I wouldn't want to piss off. Like, if I was a teacher, would not be the kind of guy to piss off.
No, I remember when I watched his show. I mean, you could tell he was into it. I mean, you could tell he was putting his when he was saying, "We're gonna get your ass off the street." I mean, he was saying that with conviction, in my opinion. That
Oh
was
yeah,
no act.
he has I
Um,
think three or
Yeah.
four
well, he
kids.
lost a kid. He one of his kids was kidnapped,
Oh
and
shit,
yeah,
Really?
and
I didn't
actually
know that.
it was found. They found the body in a lake in Florida, dead. That's why he's so passionate about that.
Hmm.
About any crime against children. Oh God, yeah, he's
I didn't
passionate
know
about
that.
that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
had no idea that sucks.
that's what I've understood. That's what I heard long time ago, if my memory serves me correctly, which
Hmm.
it may or may not with me.
He's one of the only few people that I follow on Daily Wire. I mean, I'm not a big Ben Shapiro fan, but he's not bad. I like Matt Walsh.
Yeah.
Him and that the other girl, what is her name? Brett Cooper is not. She's not too bad. Candace Owens is a hit or miss. Hodge
Yeah.
twins are hilarious.
Yeah. No, they keep tweeting out all the things.
See, this is what I was talking about. This
Masks don't stop COVID. And then men can't have periods. Never apologize for speaking the truth. There's
Dude.
one. Yeah. Ivermectin works.
Oh, that's a good one.
See, the thing is, this is the linchpin. This is basically something like where Twitter is actually where we can actually have honest debate.
Yeah.
This could honestly be the straw that broke the camel's back and push
Yeah.
things in the right. Like this is the push, if done correctly, and minus the spurgs. Like if we can find a way to minimize the spurgs a little bit, you could honestly make some significant improvements for people's rights and everything else. Like you can get a lot of shit done now because of this.
The Babylon Bee got banned for calling Rachel Levine a man. Rachel Levine is a man.
Don't get me
Oh,
started.
here we go. The
Don't get
earth
me
is
started.
flat. Just kidding, Alice.
I'm just saying, Rachel Levine. I had to deal with her for 4 freaking years. From
Really?
yeah, she's the Pennsylvania state health secretary before she became Biden's health secretary.
Jeff Goldblum.
You did it, you crazy son of a bitch. You did it.
Great movie.
Yeah, but they did a terrible job of depicting the dinosaurs.
Oh
Honestly.
yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if you want to see what a dinosaur looked like, you want to see the closest relative to a dinosaur, look at a bald eagle.
Yeah, I was thinking that, or do you know that the Australian bird? It's like
Emu?
the biggest. No, it's the biggest. Was a harpy eagle? I think it's what it is. That's what I figure what a dinosaur would look like.
Oh yeah, they're like that. Yep. Yeah, it's I talked about that in my little chameleon stream there. That if you saw a velociraptor, you'd think it was more like a turkey with razor blades.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess with.
You still wouldn't want to fuck with the things. I mean, you got jumped by 3 of those things, you're in trouble if you're not armed. That would make a mountain lion attack look like Kansas.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing people don't really like. What happens, like, if we know through history, what happens when there's more oxygen on the planet? When trees come back to animals get bigger again? And then do we have to worry about, becoming food? Like, no one talks about that part of, global warming. I mean, I know it took millions of years, but, I mean, look what happened when there's more oxygen on the planet. Organisms got bigger. When there's
Well,
less
yeah,
oxygen.
during the Carboniferous period, when all the coal formed,
Yeah.
was deposited, insects got the size of large birds because of that. And they've done experiments like that with dragonflies. If you expose them to, because normal oxygen in our air now is about 21% oxygen, balance mostly nitrogen. They hatched and raised dragonflies in a 30 to 40% oxygen environment, and they actually grew to like 3 times their normal size. So they proved that.
So maybe global warming is a bad thing. I mean, a good thing because it's keeping the plants at bay. Imagine if we had more plants and we became predators. Then, like animals got bigger over time. Like that could be the death.
Well, if
like,
if I had my stream showing, what I would show you is a map of the Earth during the Cretaceous period, and that was the period right before the dinosaurs went extinct. If you look at a map of it, you would look, the continents all pretty much look the same. But one thing that's very interesting, there were no polar ice caps during that time. None.
Yeah.
So sea levels were much, much higher. You had palm trees. The climate of Florida existed basically as far north as well into Canada.
So that sounds like a climate a global warming that had happened before the ice age, and then
Yes.
we're getting
Yes.
go in that direction again.
Yeah, and the thing is, if it wasn't for the ice age, mammals wouldn't be a thing, because mammals were the size of like they were only like the size of gophers, like 2 or 3 feet long when they first
Well,
started.
it was a asteroid that killed the dinosaurs that gave way for mammals.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if it wasn't for the the ice age when everything got cold and it became ingenuity is what saved mammals from like lizards and warm bloodedness and all that other stuff. But if it wasn't for stuff like that, we would just be prey. We wouldn't even freaking exist. So global
Well,
warming.
that's what mammals were during the
Yeah.
dinosaur times. They were
Mhm.
prey.
Yeah.
They never got bigger than mice. Basically, they were just all mammals at that time were mostly just rodents. That's all the bigger they could get before they were out competed by the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
That's what.
So that's why I'm saying like global warming could be our death sentence in that
Oh
sense.
yeah, yeah, um, yeah. But I don't mind personally because I hate the cold. So and I hate the cold here in Massachusetts. It's been in the 60s here
Mm.
and the whole week, and it's going to continue to be that way into the first week of November. We can get snow here just
Oh,
as easily. Oh,
oh,
we
I
get
know.
snow. We got a foot of snow here 12 years ago. A foot of snow on Halloween, trick or treat night, Halloween.
Hmm.
The city west of me, Springfield, Massachusetts, was without power. Parts of that were without power for a week.
Wow.
Yep, they
Yeah,
canceled trick or treating all in New Jersey because it was a nor'easter that came up and it hit New York, New Jersey, hit my area real bad, and continued right up along up into Maine and up into Canada, and it just wreaked havoc.
because especially with the El Nino this year, we're pushing the jet stream so far south that it's actually or pushing it so far north where it's been pretty warm. Like Pennsylvania has been getting historic highs. Like it was almost 70 degrees. It's never this warm. Like right now,
Yesterday it was 70 here. Yesterday, I
yeah, I
couldn't
know
believe
it's
it.
insane. It's insane. Like right now, I have my window cracked. It's like 30 degrees outside. It's nice. It's nice and
Yeah,
comfortable.
when I did my stream on Monday, I had to run the AC
I
because it
know.
was just because with all my electronic equipment in that computer office, it just gets hotter than Hades in there.
Oh, I believe it. And but then like Halloween for us, we had one year it was 72 degrees. Everybody's out in shorts for Halloween, which is very uncommon. And the next year it
Hmm.
snowed. So
Yep.
like it's all over the place.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. That's
It's
what
just
I
the
found so strange with the stupid little feminists that PBD was trying to talk to earlier and not getting through. None of them got through to them. I mean,
You can't.
That Kate chick thought she could use because this is what triggers them and this is what emotionally terrorizes them are these stories. You know, you put a face to a story and oh my God, like this killed this person, you know, and she tried to go in that way, and they did not give a flying fuck. Their cause is more important than like looking somebody in the face and that lost somebody because
Well,
of their bullshit.
that's communist brainwashing.
Yeah.
That's
See, I don't
idealistic communism brainwashing.
see. I view it more as a cult because,
It
and
is.
this is the reason
Well,
why
it
I say
is,
it's
but
more.
it's called communism.
Yeah, because if you I treat them like I treat feminism like I treat flat earthers. It doesn't matter how much empirical evidence you say the world is flat, world is round. They're gonna
Hmm.
always argue that it's flat.
Hmm.
So you have to take logic out of the mess. You just have to appease to their emotions and just go circles around them. Because if you noticed, like the host and then the guests were roasting at the end where she lost her best friend to the protests because she died in an ambulance. And
Hmm.
she's given the empirical evidence. She frickin' died.
Right.
You can't change her mind. She frickin'
Right.
died. I'm telling you the truth. And they're like, oh, we have a blue policy where we allow fire company and the police and ambulance to go by. Well, That was just proven wrong. She just gave you evidence to prove it wrong, and they never admitted that they were sorry. Like,
Hmm.
it was all about the narrative. And this is, like I was saying in the chat earlier, this is, to me, this is a toxic mentor-mentee relationship, teacher-student relationship. So instead of the teacher getting their hands dirty, they're passing all these policies onto the students, and the students do all the freaking dirty work and scaring the living bejesus out of low, we'll call low brain people, and then saying they're going to die by 25. I mean, if you physically believed heart to heart that you were going to die at 25 due to global warming, you would act this insane. You can see why they're this insane. I'm not saying I justify it or say it's right, but I see why they're insane, because they feel like they're going to just die in 5 years.
Yeah, because somebody they trusted, somebody in a position of power and authority,
Taught 'em
fucking
that bullshit.
lied to them. They emotionally terrorized them.
Yeah. And the thing is, they don't want to, they look up to these people. So
I
it's like
know.
the people, it's like the women that love, who, what's his name? Who's the one that has the freaking swastika on his forehead? What the hell's his name?
Charles Manson.
Charles Manson. There you go. Thank you. It's like those girls that message and want to marry Charles Manson because of publicity, not knowing that he's a freaking sociopath that would get them killed in a heartbeat. Like, idiots are going to always look up to people that are smarter than them and get used and exploited.
Mm.
You can't change that. The only thing you can do is try to protect those people from themselves. Because if you don't protect them from themselves, you're going to be the one on the ship, when the shit comes. Because these people proven time and time again that they are willing to destroy society due to their feelings. And, in a polite society, people go, okay, well, this person's just an idiot. We'll just let it go. But when times get hard and, society starts to collapse, these people are not going to exist anymore. You know what I mean? Someone's not going to listen to their bullshit anymore. I'm not saying it's right, but that's what's going to happen.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think one point I wanted to make, and I wanted to make it earlier, is I think it's important to be prepared, but I think it's important not to doom and gloom either. I think that's a thing. I hear a lot of doom and gloom all the time, and I think it's important to not focus solely on that too. Like this example of Twitter, this gives me some hope. I mean,
Yeah.
there's hope out there that I think people are waking up. I saw just a short from Hammerhand, and it just said it was just a very nice short that he did. I'm not his biggest fan, but he just did a short, and he just looked into the camera and looked into his phone camera and said, "Men are talking."
Oh yeah.
And I agree, he's right. I tagged that video and I said, "Spread the good word, man."
Yeah.
And I mean,
Well,
and it's true. They are talking. And look, we have our different camps maybe, but
yeah.
I think we all need to be a united front.
Yes.
That's why I'm not gonna talk bad about anybody. There are people who I disagree with, but that doesn't mean I don't that doesn't mean I don't respect them.
Yeah.
Or and that's just the way I look at it. I mean, most of the people here I see eye to eye with, almost everybody, but
Yeah.
you're not going to see eye to eye with everybody.
Mm-hmm. But I think it's also, we have to be a little self-respective too, and realize, okay, if we are going to be leaders and we're going to inspire other people, if we're not giving hope out every single time in a podcast, we're failing as motivating people. Because this whole black pill crap, I mean, it's so easy. It feels like that's like low
That's the
hanging
easy way
fruit.
out.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
a
easy
low
way
hanging
out.
fruit. Yep. I can go and be completely black pilled. I can name like 20 things off the top of my head to be black pilled about. But then at the same time, I can list 20 things that we can have hope for and that we can see progress. And I think we as a group need to be better at inspiring people and giving people hope in bleak times that they are.
so people don't lose their freaking minds and turn out to be like these two, extreme climate people. So, or I should say, climate terrorists. But
Well, they're all feminists, though.
yeah,
They're radical lesbian feminists. That's just their flavor that they are attracted to.
Now I have a curious question since I've been probably ruffling the feathers of some of these people in that community. I've been getting a lot of more weird ass videos on YouTube just popping up. Like these crazy feminists who live in these houses alone, which actually scares the fuck out of me because they're these young women and they got ink all over the place and they like, I gave my house this nice bohemian theme. This freaks me out because I ran out of gas on kind of a remote road 2 weeks ago. I don't want to run into one of these women in 10 years, like seriously, because they're crazy now. I can't think of what they're going to be like after 10 years living alone. I can't fathom.
well, Kevin Samuels brought up a good point. They're not going to be living alone. What's going to happen is they're gonna buy a house that has 4 bedrooms, and you're going to have 4 cat ladies rooming together. Because that's what's going to happen. You're going to have these HOA'd, multi-leveled houses with four cat ladies in it, where everybody, because they're not going to want to mow or anything. They're going to have some HOA pay the HOA to
Yeah.
do it,
Yeah.
and they're going to be broke, and they're going to have no future, and they're just going to be radical feminists that are just going to go, "Woe
Yeah.
is me, men all suck." That's what's going to happen.
We can call them crazy bitch hostels.
Yeah. Or you can call them.
Yeah, or where lesbian feminists go to die.
I was gonna say where eggs go to die.
Yep. So, how much longer you guys want to go here?
I'm good for a little bit. I've been drinking some. What am I drinking right now? Eggnog, spiked eggnog right now. So I can keep going for
Eggnog.
another hour.
What are you drinking eggnog now for?
Oh, Bandit's in the mood for some chatting.
Why?
Alright.
Why
It's
not?
been a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with
I'll
eggnog?
smoke a little. I'll smoke down a little bit more. I don't care.
What's wrong with
I'm
spiked eggnog?
busy as hell tomorrow, but I've been busy as hell at work. But now I'm so respected. Like that meeting I had to leave. Well, I wanted to listen to some more of that stream, but I had to go in a meeting. All it was really just me sitting there listening to everybody do their thing, and me just saying, "No, you did that wrong. This is right. No, you did this wrong. That wrong. This is right." And I'm just being the OG shot caller now. It's fun. I enjoy it. I just sit back and nobody fucks with me.
I mean that's how I live in my job. Everybody on my team, all they do is we have a weekly meeting on Friday, and then other than that, everybody puts their headphones in and does their work. They either listen to YouTube videos or listen to music, and they just do their work.
Yeah, I was listening to Tom Lakis all day today.
Oh yeah, he's
and it's
hilarious.
a funny thing too because I proved my theory on this. Our accountant lady, whose office is right next to me, she was on vacation last week. When I walked by her office this afternoon, like a half an hour before quitting time, I walked by her office. I'm like, that smells like weed. And I'm like, and she's told me that she smokes, and I've smelled it before out of that woman's office. I think she just gets blasted out of her mind. She gets high. She gets higher than a giraffe's asshole at work.
Yeah, but I mean, think about what is HR? Everybody just bitches about their problems at work. I mean, you're basically having therapy
Nobody does
sessions.
that here where we are.
Okay,
Nobody
well,
does that. Yeah.
but I'm saying a normal corporate job, it's all
Yeah.
about bitching about. It's all like mediating stupid bullshit drama, or asking about payroll questions. That's basically
Right.
HR in the modern day. So you're either bored as shit or you're dealing with people's drama. Of course, you want to smoke up. You know what I mean? Like if I had to deal with, you know, you know, Timmy called me an asshole. Well, Becky called me a piece of shit. No, well, Timmy didn't comment about my blouse. Well, Becky said I had a small penis. Like, and you're like, oh my god, shut the fuck up and do your job. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but you can't
You
say
see, I
that.
couldn't do that. I'd just be like, the door is that way, and grab your complimentary bowl of dicks on the way out.
But I'm saying this is why she probably smokes, because she probably had one of those days where she had to deal with some bullshit drama, and she's like,
No, she
okay,
smokes because she worked for other companies that did shady accounting practices, and she wouldn't engage them.
well
So
then
good
she
for
has
her.
more. Good for her, because
Yep.
yeah, counting can get pretty shady. That's why
Oh yes.
that's why I went from that's why I did finance and not accounting, because I learned very quickly, depending on what you do, even though it's legal, it's freaking shady as all hell. Like
Yeah.
depreciation scheduling and stuff like that. Like I can make a multi-billion-dollar business look like they're hemorrhaging cash when they're really not. And to me, that's
Oh yeah,
ridiculous.
you can do all kinds of that kind of shit. Um,
Yeah, there's no
and
morals.
nope, nope.
Whatever the business wants to do, if they want to make it look like they are hemorrhaging money this year and next year, they'll do like tax loss harvesting, where they'll go for a loss and harvest all their gains so they don't have to pay taxes on the third year. Like there's so many things you can do. Stocks are the same way.
Oh
Like
yeah, yeah.
like tax loss harvesting, like for people that don't know, is basically selling your stock at a loss so you can take those losses and go against your gains so you don't have to pay any taxes. That's basically tax loss harvesting. That's the whole point of it. You're purposely taking a loss so you can pay less taxes.
Yep.
It, it
It's just a loophole.
oh yeah, no. I'm just yeah, I'm sick of those kind of loopholes. That's why I didn't do accounting.
Oh yeah, yeah. Me neither. No, she's just really glad that she works for our company because we're a no bullshit organization, um, and she likes to play by she likes to play by the rules, and I can't ask for anything more. I wanted to walk by her office. I'd just say, "Geez, this skunk come through your office or something?"
Hmm.
Did she wear sunglasses? Was her eyes all bloodshot or not? That's the
No,
big giveaway.
I really have to. I don't have to go into her office, and I think she intentionally sends everything by email. She
Gotcha.
avoids like personal contact, which I don't mind anyways because I don't like interacting with women in the workplace. Period. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm cool with that anyway. But like one time I did come into her office because it was something you couldn't do with email. It was just easier to just explain it, and she moved her head away from the computer screen, and she was looking pretty glassy eyed. She was looking pretty, she was looking pretty glassy eyed, and I didn't say anything, but it was pretty obvious that she had been um, partaking, and it's pretty easy because they have vape pens here, and that's very discreet. You can't tell that from people vaping tobacco or anything. Like at the cannabis trade show in Nevada, people you just see people doing that right on the trade show floor.
Mm.
Yep, because you smell it.
But
So,
yeah, I always make a thing to try to like talk to people in person, just so I can build like a relationship and treat people like, it's better to, in my eyes, to I guess I'm old school. Instead of sending an email, I'll go talk to that person so we can dish it out. So
oh
there's
yeah,
no
JP Miles did a live stream. I watched a small piece of it, and he stressed the importance of he said um he's doing a live stream because he feels that personal interaction is very important.
It's
Um,
100%. You can't build relationships without through
no,
email. You can't
no,
do it.
that's why I'm doing so many trade shows next year
Hmm.
because of the whole COOF thing to really get back out there, and that's why I've been traveling so much is we're trade show heavy to try and just get ourselves out there physically to have a physical presence and shake people's hands like you're supposed to fucking shake a person's hand. Um,
And look
not
them in
this
the eye.
stupid fist bump bullshit, this elbow bump bullshit. You shake a person's hand. That's how you do business. Damn it.
Yeah, and you also have to look at the person in their eye when you shake their hand. You
Yes.
don't look
Yes.
down. You look in their eye. You have a smile on your face. You have deodorant on. You have a little bit of cologne or aftershave or perfume. Not a lot, just a little bit, so you don't smell like all this common stuff that we thought was common is not common anymore.
Well, when
I'm
you
kind of
see me
quote
now and you see my body language, it tells you a lot more things than when you see me like this, right?
100%.
Yeah. That's see, and that's why I don't like the Teams meetings because people can just put up their avatars. Usually, it's not an avatar; it's just their initials, like on a
Yeah.
Teams meeting. But I'm very attuned to that as a professional technical salesperson, a salesman. Um, I when I'm in a meeting or when I'm in a Teams meeting and you're showing yourself, I'm watching your body language like a hawk because you're giving me all kinds of signals that you don't realize. You're telling
Yep.
me whether you're ready to buy my equipment. You're telling me whether you're not interested, whether my price is on point or not. All your body language gives that shit away to me. The tone of your voice.
Yep.
Um, and that's why I was able to pick up on that fem sapien reaction so quickly. There,
Mm.
it was so obvious. I mean, and 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 that's the kind of thing I wanted to discuss as well. I mean, I don't get
Mm.
mad at women because of that. That's a
Yeah.
biological reaction. That's a natural reaction. I'm not going to fault her for that. That's a natural reaction. That's a reaction that goes back billions of years. That's reptilian brain stuff. But no matter how hard she masked that with her talk, her body language gave it away. Her the way she moved, the way she acted gave it away. And I recognize that even having not seen that video because I know from sales tactics I can tell by people's body language. Doesn't matter what you say, your body language gives its away. That's
Mm-hmm.
why I love watching those debates between Fauci and Paul Rand. Fauci gives himself away so obviously, not just the way he talks, the tone of his voice. Every time Rand Paul pushes him, you see his voice get higher, louder, louder, and louder. That's a
Mm-hmm.
defense mechanism. That's called bulldozing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Well,
And
it
that's
kind of
just to speak louder to try and, you know, push somebody, just try and push somebody over that way. That's an intimidation tactic.
Mm.
like um I know you're a good salesman, but if you're going to teach people how to be a good salesman, I would, and I know Good Mother can agree to me on this one. Valuetainment does a great thing on teaching people how to be good salesmen and how to and like
Mm.
look do different aspects. Like you might actually want to check out his channel, Iridian, because he talks about like advanced sale techniques. He talks about like how to do a sale, how to project like projections, all that kind of good stuff, and it's all free. So you just watch videos on it. I've been learning a lot from him lately.
Well, actually, a guy who I learned a lot from was Hamster because he has experience doing radio. I understand he has practiced, or he was a radio DJ for a while, or something like that in his past history.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I kind of picked up on his techniques too, and the way he projects himself. And I know how to project myself anyways because I've been giving presentations physically for years,
Mm-hmm.
for 25 years. So doing this on YouTube, it was just doing that electronically. I wasn't just, it was like, and Bullets was absolutely right about this. You kind of find your rhythm when you do it. After you
Mm-hmm.
do it a few times, you get into a rhythm, and it's a different delivery style, in my opinion, than say like a boardroom when you're giving a presentation. You're walking up to the front, going back to sit down. That's a presentation style. When you're standing in a lecture hall, you're at a podium. That's a different lecture style. When I'm doing these YouTube streams, that's a different presentation style.
Mm.
Um, at
What's
least that's the way I look at it.
what would you say my presentation style is? Do I have
I
one?
I would say
Uh,
informative. Like you're
yes.
trying to educate people. You're not trying to persuade people. 'Cause
Right.
that's a different persuasion is bullet points. Here's my thesis. Here's why I'm right. Here's why you're wrong.
Well,
and try to.
what I will say, and this is not in criticism, it's just an observation.
Mhm.
You are very one-tracked mind when it comes to the crazy bish thing.
Oh yeah.
That's what I find. You're. I mean, you explained to me why. You've explained why because of what you saw your mother do,
Mhm.
and it makes perfect sense. I mean, when you see that kind of shit, it strengthens resolve to the nth degree.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, but
so
also I see it everywhere. Like I
mhm.
didn't see it for a long time and I saw it kind of randomly, like bits and pieces. But when I started paying attention to feminists, I'm like, holy shit, it's the rule book right here.
Yeah.
Like
What only really got my attention, feminism really only got my attention. It really came to light for me with the COOF because
mhm,
it just empowered so many of those kinds of people,
mhm.
wrongly so.
Yeah.
And you are absolutely right, good mother. It turned them into terrorists,
Oh
or
yeah.
oppressive. It just oppressive. Um,
Terrified tyrants, Jordan Peterson's been calling them.
yep. I mean, oh,
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson had them nailed from day
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
why he got banned from Twitter. In fact, did you know that?
Well, I tweeted I think a couple times to people are
And he
calling for the
refused to take down a
reinstatement.
tweet about who was that transformer? Um, I forget which transformer it was, but he refused to take down the tweet, and he did a whole video on YouTube about it. And
Hmm.
he's on Daily Wire, I think now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so because he said he just said fuck it, I'm not doing my Twitter account anymore. He's like, I'm leaving that fucking post up there. The hell with you.
That
Yeah.
sounds
And I
like
was like,
something Matt Walsh would do.
yep.
Just saying. It's either Matt Walsh or Candace Owens or something like that. Um, the way I view this whole coof thing, in a sense, they're playing into they're playing into women and feminism's hands. Like they're playing into women's inability for dealing with security. If if it's an insecure world, their biological prerogative is to protect. So they're going to sacrifice freedom and responsibility for protection. So every single time throughout history, anytime security comes into question, women are going to do whatever it takes to be secure, and they're going to rally, they're going to shame, they're going to demoralize, they're going to get
Well, that's an
government to do everything.
overextension of the motherly instinct.
Correct. That's
And
classic thing.
it goes too far. So I wanted to talk a little. I thought about this today when I had a dentist appointment today, and I was thinking about it in the dentist chair.
Hmm.
Like every hygienist who has ever cleaned my teeth, it was a teeth cleaning.
Hmm.
Um, every hygienist who has ever cleaned my teeth has been female. I wouldn't want a male hygienist because a female knows how to do it gently, correctly.
Hmm.
She knew how to not hurt my gums and cause damage or do anything.
Hmm.
She has that motherly instinct,
Right.
whereas a
It's
guy doesn't have that. That's the correct role. I have no
right.
problem with that. That's
Right.
a perfect job for a woman.
Yep.
And but that's just that's the place. That's the proper place for that.
Yeah.
Or like even like flight attendants. That's not a bad role. I hate male
Ah,
flight attendants.
man, Kush, I was on my way to Florida on the flight.
Preach.
I
Preach.
had
They're all transformers.
Well, no, I had the pilot was a woman. I mean, there were two pilots, of course, but one was a woman, and then there were like three main flight attendants, and two were gay dudes. I was like, "Fuck!" I
Oh,
texted my
oh yeah.
yeah. I
What
texted my
airline did you fly?
Spirit. I texted Cam though,
Oh,
and I was like, "Hey, by the way, if I don't make it to Florida, it's because I had a chick for a pilot."
yeah. Yeah. That reminds me of an old Cops episode. He had two kids who were just like high off their gourds. I mean, just stoned off their gourds, and the cops like lecturing them um and giving them the slap on the wrist kind of thing, and saying if you were in that silver plane going 500 miles an hour, would you be happy if that pilot was high? And the kids are like, yeah, dude, I'm like, I'd rather be with a high male pilot than a female pilot.
Exactly. That's what I was like, man, as long as nothing goes wrong, I think we'll be okay. She could probably get us there fine. But if something goes wrong and you have to react under pressure, I don't want a male.
Yikes.
I want a male pilot. I don't want a female fucking flying the plane.
No. And no, just to prove that, I was playing my little dogfight simulator game against real opponents. I mean, real opponents, it's a networking game, and I shot down like 10 of them, and they never touched me. They must have all been female pilots.
Right.
I mean, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. I was high off my ass.
Well, I think I need some persuasion training.
In what
What do
regards?
you mean by persuasion training?
Like with these crazy bitches. I don't know. I
Well-
keep hearing a lot of people. I mean, and the people that I see doing this attempted persuasion don't seem to be having a
What do you mean by I don't understand the attempt
Like-
of persuasion?
like what you were mentioning with the presentation, right?
Mhm.
So my presentation, because I'm trying to educate, I'm trying to like help out where I can in a specific bubble where nobody else is fucking doing it from
Mhm.
this perspective. But a lot of these crazy bitches need persuaded, I think, out of their bullshit ideology. I mean, the ones that aren't gonna, be at the crazy bitch boot camp and get the proper training. I'm thinking like
Or-
how to subvert them persuasively.
Well, GM, persuasion, you have to, the way I look at it is persuasion.
Stick a
you have-
bacon, sneak a piece of bacon, sneak some bacon bits on their soy burger.
Well, persuasion requires you to either be halfway, which you'll never do, or you have to come from their background and try to pull them to your background. So either way, why would you put yourself through that torture? So, prime example, like you're never going to meet halfway with a feminist.
Right.
So
Hey
that
folks,
option,
be respectful in the chat, folks.
that
Angler came in here trying to start shit and I blocked him immediately because he doesn't fucking listen. So
but
I don't want to even deal.
So you're never going to meet halfway, so that option's off the table. The second option would be understanding where they're coming from, which for you, that's going to be tough for you to understand where they're coming from because you're the polar opposite of them. And trying to persuade them to come over, which most likely they're not due. I consider that a complete waste of time.
Yeah. I'd
Your best-
rather
Your best bet is, I hate to say it, is probably shame.
yeah.
Shame is probably your number one tool to persuade people to come to your side. Saying,
Yeah.
why are you doing this? This is unladylike, and just shame the living. Because honestly, shame works. If shame didn't work, we wouldn't be using it.
Right.
So,
Yeah, that's something I kind of got from my conversation with John yesterday. Well, because he was trying to explain like a woman's superpower. I mean, there's sex, which you can get things, you can get people to do what you want, but there's also shame, and that's the weapon that women use to really cut people is shame.
but the thing is, shame only works if you allow shame to affect you.
Right.
Shame is one of those, it calling like it only works if you don't cry wolf about it. If you
Right.
use shame sparingly and call people out, it could be very persuasive. But if you use it all the time and basically say you're just going to shame me, I'm going to ignore you,
Yeah.
it actually inspires the person to do the opposite. So you got to be very careful how much shame you use.
See, and I tried not to use any. I mean,
I know, but we're just
I
talking
feel
about
like
wasting-
I feel like men are shamed enough in our society. I focus my shame on women.
Well, look on the bright side. Keep the shame up, and I'll tell you the reason why. Most men will eventually realize if you keep shaming me, it loses its power, and that takes basically the biggest quiver out of the feminist book. Like the amount of arrows that they have to use against men are very limited, and if you take shaming away, that's basically their number one tool. It's either
Mm-hmm.
guilt or shame. So if you
Mm-hmm.
can take guilt and shame and keep men keep thinking, okay, this person is going to keep shaming me, I'm going to, finally get it that I shouldn't,
Oh,
care what someone says, they lose all the power. And
Francis.
that's the important thing. So I would say keep the shame up, and the smart men are going to realize, you know what, shame's not going to work on me anymore, and then they just lost all their power. It's kind of like if a guy withhold, like, all a guy has to do with is withhold sex once from a woman, and guess what, he has all the power now.
Oh, I got a story on that.
But I'm just saying it's the same principle.
Yep.
Like,
Nope, that happened. A similar thing I did at the restaurant I always go to for lunch. I go to 2 or 3 times a week for lunch. The wait staff in there just decided one day they were going to be total vicious to me. And they they ignored me. They just took me for granted. And they decided that day that they were going to make my tip calculation very easy, I should say. And they got no tip for that. And then I didn't go to the restaurant for a couple more days, and then I came back. Boy, did they humble up real quick. And they haven't let up on being nice and polite and respectful to me. All you have to do is check them once. I checked them once.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it took to put them in line. And if if they pull out on me again, I'll do it again. It's like you are not guaranteed my money.
Right.
And I made that very clear. You are not guaranteed my money. You work for it, just like you would anyone else here. And that gentled them down real quick. When it hurts them financially, it gentles them down real quick. When this stuff hurts people financially, it gentles them down real quick. I'm sure Bandit can vouch for that. No audio, Bandit.
do you hear me now?
Yep.
I said 100%. Definitely vouch for that.
Yeah.
But, Manny, if you want to change minds, what I honestly would do, find the people that are feminists, that are the leaders, debate them, show them how. No, I'm just saying, hear me out. Show me.
No, they're too afraid to even talk to me.
But I'm just saying, if you do, you're not. Who cares? You're not going to persuade who you're debating. It's the people in the chat that you're bringing over. That's the people that you should be caring about. So, like when you're debating somebody, there's two ways of looking at debates. You can look at a debate as I'm trying to change the mind of the person I'm talking to, or in this sense, you're changing the people in the chat, and that would do the biggest good is bringing people from other people's viewpoints and calling out their leader basically as being incompetent or not making sense, and they go, "Oh, this person's an idiot. I'm just going to go to the other side."
Right. Well,
But-
you remember when I went over to Bomb Cherries and had that whatever discussion with 6 of those feminists, like the people that were in their chat that that are like in that group, there's no change in those people's minds, man. None. Like they couldn't even control their fucking emotions long enough to even let me answer a question that they asked me. Like,
Yeah, sorry. I was just responding to Man Latopia here. I was just talking to him about principles and rules in chats, and why, because he mentioned to me about the angler guy. So yeah, because he came on my very first stream and started shit with others in the stream, and that's a no-no in my chats.
yeah.
And yeah, That's a no in my chat, and I'm willing to give anyone a chance, and I'm willing to give him a chance, but I have to have some assurance that he will not act a fool and be disrespectful to people in my chats.
Well,
And I mean, I saw the message he sent before you blocked it, and it's that same BS. And if he's gonna keep relenting with that stuff, no way. Mm-mm.
well, that's that's just a taste of how it's been going this week.
What do you mean?
There's a lot more to it, but he's on a kick.
That's one thing I don't understand. Like, what's with the whole purity spiral bullshit? Like, I mean, we can play this game where I think that you're not pure enough, so I'm gonna dog you, and then you're gonna think that I'm not pure enough, and
I'm not
you're gonna dog
MGTOW
me.
enough.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what purity spiral ends up, destroying the message, destroying,
It's the
destroying,
three
and no
simple
one's ever
pillars.
pure enough, and no one's ever pure enough. So, like, why are you trying to be the police when no one's asking you to be police? I mean, that's something, no offense, that women do. Women
Mhm.
go and police their own circles. Men just, whatever is the best idea
No,
is comes
that's
on top.
cliquish. That's cultish. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's
No,
it's
MGTOW
bullshit.
does not have leaders. MGTOW has individuals, and we are a group of individuals who all do our own things, but we are a collective group who help each other out. But they're the three simple pillars, and that's the point of it. It's supposed to be a simple. It's supposed to be a simple principle. It's a simple thing. It's not supposed to be complicated with ideologies and indoctrinations. That's communism. Um, I don't like idealisms and indoctrinations. People, we are sovereign people. We think for ourselves. Oop, we lost Bandit there.
Nope, he'll be back.
Yep,
I think he pushed the wrong button.
yep. So yeah, that's my take on that. So I don't need to know all of the gory details myself. I've heard enough to know. Um, um, but yeah, I guess he started shit with you or something, or
This goes way back to February. He came to my channel. He was suicidal at the time. He's like hung around a bit while I was collecting and sorting out some crazy bitches. Then he got combative with people in my chat, so I pulled his wrench. It pissed him off, and he fucked off for a while. Then he came back spouting a bunch of Alice and Scorp Thought nonsense, like he joined
there he
Team
is.
Alice.
Oh, he
And
went
Boomer
with
tech
them?
strikes again.
I don't know. He keeps saying the same shit they are, so it's highly questionable. Like I know what his intentions are. He's trying to be confrontational and combative with me, and I don't fight men. So I've told him he's not welcome here. He keeps trying to go after Miss Elite, which she is a black woman who is a royal pain in MGTOW's ass because she's
Yep.
been going after dudes specifically for years, and he thinks he can sort her out. So he's trying to fight with her. And I keep telling him like that's woman's business. Like you should just leave her alone. Keep, listen to your friends and just leave her alone. And he's not doing it. So he wants to fight. He's combative and he drinks a lot. So
No, I've found that seems to be the nature. He wants to start shit with people, and he did that in my chat, my very very first live stream, my first like significant live stream. He started going at it with Gone with John, and Gone with John yeeted him, and I kept him there. He's been there since, and yeah, he's among an elite group in that band box of mine. he's made an elite group. He's made it in the same as Scorp Thought. Who else? Hormaxer, and some other, and the two Alice minions, and then some other clown who came on other nihilistic black pill clown who came on my channel, and Lord Jeremy Hearst shot him down. And
Yeah.
there they stay.
Yeah, but I think something that I don't understand is like he keeps saying like go away, you're in the wrong you're in the wrong stuff or you're in the wrong spot. Like I don't know if he thinks that this is a MGTOW channel, which it's not. And it's not even a manosphere channel. It's a channel where like I have a specific target and goal, and if anybody wants to participate in that, they're fucking welcome if they can behave themselves. Like that's what my channel is. I don't put it anywhere in the manosphere in the and I mean it doesn't really fit in a
No,
bubble.
you've made that clear.
Yeah. So
I think it's
I
a
don't
jealousy
know.
thing. I think it's you're getting the clicks, you're getting the people that he wants to come over, you get the conversations, you have the good interviews. So he's just jealous. So instead of he can't beat you on principles or quality, so he attacks your character. It's basically a bitch move. You know what I mean? Like you can't win on principles, so you have to assassinate their character and saying that you're not pure enough or whatever the case may be.
Right.
And that's literally the mindset. Instead of like the one thing I don't understand is like you have an ally that you are potentially could work with and you're just deciding to take the shitty road and take an ally and make it an enemy, which I don't understand why you would do something like that. I mean, I
Right.
get it if you're a feminist. That makes complete sense. But if you're
Well,
someone in this community that doesn't really have a lot of allies to begin with, why would you even make that circle of potential friends even smaller? Doesn't make any
right.
sense.
Right.
Well, you're asking me to explain that logically.
I know. That's more of rhetorical question than an actual question.
Yeah, and I'm actually just getting up and getting some ice for my drink, so I'm still listening to you guys.
What are you drinking tonight?
Just lemonade. I don't drink alcohol, dude. I can't. I have cirrhosis of the liver.
Oh,
Right.
Yes.
Right.
sorry to hear that.
Yeah. No, it's a story. I'm actually going to be, like I said, I'm going to be giving a testimonial.
Yeah.
In the next bit, and part of that will be discussing that because I'm approaching actually my 2-year anniversary of being alcohol free. So
Oh, congrats.
Oh, that
yeah.
is good news.
Is
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Did you do AA at all?
Nope.
Or okay,
Nope.
cool. You
Nope.
did it yourself.
Nope. I had to be told I had cirrhosis of the liver, and that's when I knew I'd had my last alcoholic drink.
Well, good for
Yeah.
you.
Cirrhosis of the liver and a week in the hospital, and being assaulted by nurse thoughts
Oh
taught me that
God.
I don't want to do that anymore.
I
That's
don't
not
want
a joke. That's not a
I
joke.
I don't want to be taken advantage of by nurse thoughts anymore. I'm gonna quit drinking.
It's not a joke.
Are they after your
What
bedpan?
happened? What did they do?
Oh, you got to tell this
I
story.
prefer not to talk about it now.
Okay.
But
Fair.
yeah.
Oh.
In a weakened state, you
Yeah.
could be taken advantage of.
Were they
Yeah.
after your bedpan?
No.
Yeah. Basically. So
That's
yeah. No, it was ugly. It's not cool stuff. And
Yeah.
when I came to and realized what had happened, it's why I started soul searching some more. That's what got me soul searching to find this, because I knew there had to be a place like this. I
Yeah.
knew I wasn't the only person in the world who thought like I did and had the same, who's been through things like I have. Like I've never been through marriage or divorce, but I've had enough. I've seen enough friends who've had bad dealings with marriage, friends, coworkers, everything. I've had my own dealings with women that have proven me all the things that people tell me here. Um, too many times I've seen it repeat itself. So, and yeah, and that's and it's really part of my life that I've lived the MGTOW lifestyle really unwittingly, almost.
Right.
And that's the way it's been. And And I want to explain that to people, and that it's really granted me a great deal of freedom and autonomy where I wouldn't have it otherwise. I can get a call tonight and be in Japan tomorrow, kind of thing. No one else in my company can do that.
Yeah.
And I actually know just a tiny little bit of the language too. Nobody else can do that. So that's the beauty of my job, is I have impunity. And I know I've seen that Mr. Pliskin is in the same kind of situation. You know, like only like 0.001% of the world can do his job or something. And I'm in that kind of same category. Very few people now can do the kinds of things I can do, especially with engineering. Just the knowledge I have historically, my ability to do it old school and then integrate it into new school ways of doing things. That I can be that bridge between the two. So, yeah, that's it in a nutshell. Yeah, and I appreciate everybody saluting me. Thanks, Doug. And yeah, we're speaking of Doug Edwards. I will be doing an interview. I will have. He'll be a guest on my stream on Sunday at 7 o'clock Eastern time. So 6 o'clock Central time for you, Mandy.
Okay.
And what I want to do is I'm not sure if Bullets had a stream planned, because that's usually his time is 8 o'clock Central. So I wanted to avoid the proverbial crossing of the streams. That's why I
Yeah.
pushed mine back a little bit
Yeah.
earlier, because I know Bullets didn't have one this week, and then you wanted me to be in on those streams on Sunday, and I
Oh
pushed it
yeah, with
to
RJ.
Tuesday. And then yeah, so I changed like the whole theme of that stream anyways, because Doug couldn't make it for that weekend either for that stream. So I was pulling my hair out that one day, just because like he had a schedule conflict and you had the schedule conflict, and then
Yeah.
it was just like once it got sorted out, it was cool. But and and I wanted to say to Douglas, again, that was a phenomenal job on that bio that you sent me. I was expecting, like a few sentences email. This guy sent me a Word document, a 3-paragraph, very well written bio of himself. And I'm gonna talk about that in my stream, because that's what you want to do when you start your new job. That made an impression. That made a wow impression on me. So that made me go, whoa, that's impressive. I haven't seen that in a while. That's the kind of impression you want to make on your boss or your employer. So you want to make that same kind of splash. And it's rare that I see that these days. Very rare.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I feel like I'm the only one talking. That's why I got to keep getting up to get a drink.
No, Bandit's a close second.
Here, I'm trying to just listen to what you guys are talking about.
I'm just watching.
I'm not used to people listening to me. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just watching Elon's hearts go up. We're at 400K now. It's been an hour. People are happy that the bird is freed.
The bird is freed. Yeah. Well, it was a very similar thing to when cannabis first started going legal. Everybody went hoopla about that. I'm gonna be doing a series about that too, about my relationship with cannabis. I'm calling it the Cannabis Education Series. So yeah, I'll be doing these like mini series. That's kind of like Bullet said, you have to develop your own style. I'm kind of finding my own style and things I like to talk about, and the spin I like to give on them, I think is unique compared to others. And I don't mean to diss on other people's content. It's just, I see a lot of this. I see a lot of copycats, in my opinion. A lot of the same things, the same videos are talked about, or the same um, ideas are talked about. And I want to branch, just talk about different things and different aspects of, like, a lot of people talk about marriage and divorce, but I don't think a lot of people talk about my perspective of it being that I started young and quote unquote, in my opinion, got it right when I was young, realized it in an early age, and that's a perspective I don't hear very often. I hear the one about the divorce court story, and not to discredit that at all, absolutely not. Those stories make my blood curdle every time I hear
Mhm.
them. Saunders told me his story, and that just like him. I think part of his military pay got garnished. What the fuck? I mean,
Right.
there's just, you serve this country and then they pull that shit on you. You got to be
Mhm.
kidding me.
Right. And that's just it's a spoke on the wheel, which is feminism. Like, and that's what I noticed when I first started this whole adventure. I'll just call it through the all the different bubbles. It's like everybody has their own individual experience, and it's valid for sure, but it's just a piece of the puzzle. But a lot of these people think it's the most important piece of the puzzle, which is weird. Like, I mean, there you know, there are more tragic things that can happen to men than others for sure, but it's but it's all part of the same damn puzzle. And I've seen a lot of the guys fighting over whose piece was more important. Like,
It's I think it's because of relevance,
yeah,
because this bad thing happened to me, and they will kind of want a little bit of woe is me. Oh, that's really sorry that it happened to you. What can I do to help? They kind of want that kind of stuff, and they're not getting that, so they're
yeah,
latching out because they're not getting the attention that they feel they
Yeah,
deserve. They're lashing out. It's just as simple as that. Now,
yeah. Well, the thing,
the way to fix that is understand that no one gives a shit about how you feel, and that unless you're adding value or trying to bring people up, no one's going to listen to what you're talking about anyways. So, like, you're missing the point here. It's not, if you look at trying to better people as your target and helping other people, your channels are probably going to grow. If you care about yourself and it's just a giant narcissistic hit, it
mm-hmm.
might work for a little bit, but eventually people are going to be like, I don't want to hear about yourself all the time, and move on from there. So that's the problem they're facing. People are going, I don't want to hear about your problems all the time. I want I want answers. I want solutions. I don't want problems. No one wants to hear problems all the time. That's very blackpilling.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. No, I think it's important to talk about the success stories like Hermit, for example, as well. Um, and I like how he talks about working out all the time. That's been an inspiration for me to get my ass up every morning and walk a mile every morning. Every day I do that. Whether I'm traveling or if I'm traveling, the hotels always I stay at always have a gym, and I'll spend a half an hour to an hour on the exercise bike. Or if they don't have a gym, I'll just walk around the parking lot, 15 times until I get enough steps for a mile, and just do that. Um, and it's important to get that kind of, and those kinds of things have helped me, and those are the things I want to. And Bullets talks about that a lot too, and I think he and I are really on the same page on that, is we want to promote positive things, and what the benefits of MGTOW are, other than just being pissed off. Like you have that title in your video, the red pill is a chapter. To me, it's even more than that. It's a beginning. That's your foot in the door. That's the foot in the door. Once you swallow the red pill, it's just like in the Matrix when you're pulling the cables off your body. Now you got to go learn how to use your muscles. You got to learn how to, until you eventually learn jujitsu. But the red pill is when you pull the cords out. It's when you become a true experienced MGTOW. Is when you learn the kung fu and the jujitsu. That's how I look at it.
I also view it as you can't be completely MGTOW unless you can think for yourself at some kind of level. Like part of the process of becoming a man, you have to think for yourself.
Yep.
And once everybody that tries to pull you back on thinking for other people or thinking for the group is the reason why we have half the problems we have today. Because all this infighting is you need to be part of my group instead of thinking things for yourself. Like I will never tell someone you should do something. I will always give you advice on what I would do, but I would never have the audacity to tell you you should do this or you should do that. I'll give you the way I would do things or why you should do something, but I never tell you have to do it this way. Because every person should have their own free choice to make the decision, good or bad. At least that's how I view things.
See, Bandit, I have the audacity to tell all these men to leave crazy bitches alone, that they are not capable or qualified to sort them out. That's my big thing. I'm like, you have to get the crazy bitches away from you. You have to, no contact. These are narcissists. These are abusers. These are emotional terrorists. And they are more equipped than any man on this earth. If it's a crazy bitch woman, they're more equipped to dominate and destroy a man than a man is capable of protecting themselves unless they completely fucking walk away from them. Like they can't win an emotional terrorism game against a woman. They can't. And I think a lot of these men don't understand these crazy bitches want to destroy you. Like you're literally playing into their hands.
Well, there was a good example of that. I saw that 2 weeks, I don't know, say a month ago or so. I was at the post. I had to stop at the post office to pick up some collectible coins because of their value. I had to sign for them, so I had to go pick them up. When I go to the parking lot, going to a spillover parking lot across the street, there was this guy parked next to me in a car in an old piece of crap SUV, and he was just screaming into his phone, "Baby, I loved you so much, effing this." He had that. I mean, screaming at the top of the song. I mean, I just left him alone, but you could tell this guy, this woman just was emotionally terrorized. That had terrorized this guy, and I wanted to say to the guy, the best thing you could do, hang up and walk away.
Yep.
That's the best thing you do. You keep escalating that, you're just gonna pop blood vessels out of your eyes.
And you're playing into her hand.
Yeah, you're playing right into it. You're playing right into the game. Walk away. Strip the narcissist of its power.
Yeah.
Strip the witch of its power when you do that. And I remember walking away. I'll finish this last thought. I remember walking away and I just said to myself out loud, that's why I want MGTOW, everybody.
Right.
Yep.
Sometimes the best tool is either not play the game or not say a freaking word because it just pisses them off more. You got to know that it's like poker. You got to know what cards you have and what they have. So you don't. Poker's not playing what you have. It's about playing what everybody else has and what position you're in. So if you're in a strong position, you can bluff. If you're in a weak position, you can't bluff. Try never to be in a weak position.
And the other thing I see a lot of is that people talking about the MGTOW monk versus MGTOW bachelor. I don't care either way.
Right.
MGTOW is MGTOW. Whether you want to mess with women, fine. You don't want to mess with women, that's fine too. But I take the position that Bullets does. If you get in trouble messing with women, that's on you.
Yeah, that's accountability and responsibility.
That's on you. And some people choose to, some people choose not to. I don't judge either way. It's the 3 pillars. I always go back to the 3 pillars. If you abide by those 3 pillars, you're a MGTOW. It's like the fire triangle. You got to have all 3 to be a MGTOW. You miss one, you're not a MGTOW. If you're married, sorry, you're not a MGTOW. If you're cohabitating with a woman, you're not a MGTOW. If you're having children out of wedlock, you're not a MGTOW. Those are the only three things.
Mhm.
In my opinion, I mean, that's absolute in my mind. I mean, and maybe that's maybe a very mansplaining way of saying it, but that's absolute in my mind. It's not, well, you go and mess around with women, you're not MGTOW enough, or you're a black MGTOW, or you're a Hispanic MGTOW, or what the fuck?
Right.
You're putting these racist brands on this? No. MGTOW is MGTOW. Whether it's in the United States, Canada, Mexico, Brazil, the UK, European Union, Japan, I don't care where it is, Australia, it's the same. The pillars are the same everywhere you go.
Coach, maybe you can enlighten me on this, but could a fourth possible pillar be like you have to be against feminism?
No,
Because I don't. How can you be MGTOW and be a feminist at the same time? Is it possible? I'm just
no,
asking the question.
no, I don't think it's possible to be a feminist. I think my attitude has always been indifference. That's a word I use all the time, is indifference.
Okay.
I'm indifferent to them. I just ignore them. They're noise to me that I ignore. That's why I don't like watching videos of them. That's why I don't like. That's why I had to leave that stream that Good Mother had on earlier with the whole climate change bullshit. Listening to that idiot talk nonsense, that makes my ears bleed. I can't stand it, and I have to be indifferent to it because it makes me angry. It will make me angry if I listen to it too long. And I
Yeah.
don't want to get upset with you, Good Mother. I don't want to get upset with people in the chat.
Mhm.
And that happened again, same thing on a hamster stream over the weekend. I got upset by something he showed, and it wasn't Hamster's fault. It's not
Right.
Hamster's fault. He has a right to put whatever content he wants, but it
Right.
really ticked me off, and it wasn't his intention to tick me off or
Right.
anybody, but it
Right.
struck a sour nerve with me, and I just said, "Hello, everybody. Sorry, I gotta go. I'm afraid I might lose it." And everybody was just like, "Cool,"
Yeah.
But you just got to know when to. To me, part of being a MGTOW, if there's a fourth pillar, you call it being a gentleman.
Okay.
I mean, to me, you want to be a gentleman. You don't go around wearing T-shirts that say "fuck you" on them. I'm sorry, I have a problem with that. You go advertising that kind of stuff, you give it a bad name. You do have to portray a certain image. This is why I don't like modern women. There's an image that they portray. I hate every modern woman I see wants to wear these dirty, filthy yoga sweatpants. Those are disgusting. I hate them. I mean, if you wear those things, you got to keep yourself clean. Do I need to say more?
Mm.
You need to keep your place. You need to keep that area clean when you're wearing those. Most don't. Um, I find that women aren't as good as keeping themselves in good hygiene as they used to be. I have noticed that. And that's unappealing. That's real unappealing.
Mm. It's because they're trying to be men.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
in their eyes, it's like, not to sound bad, it's like a transformer going from male to female over accentuates their female attributes. So they're gonna have some harlot looking, bimbo looking girl is what they become because they over sexualize. Well, feminists are doing the opposite. They're basically becoming, the frat bro. The guy that wears a t-shirt, doesn't wear deodorant, and is like, "What's up?" What I'm talking about, the frat bro. That's what they're acting like.
Yeah.
So they're basically acting like what they view what every man is. A man that doesn't wear deodorant, doesn't keep himself clean, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And Marie made a good comment about that. Not washing the hair. I have
Mm.
noticed that. They're just greasy as fuck. I've noticed that. And that is gross. Um, I have noticed a decline in that. And that ain't pleasant when you're sitting in close quarters on a plane,
Mm-hmm.
in a conference room, in any kind of public setting. That's not cool. And I've noticed that, like I've never noticed that before.
Hmm.
And I think Bandit is right on that. I think that's some fucked up manifestation of masculine projection that
Yeah,
they have to.
it's
Hmm.
like that teacher that wore that like insane fake tits. You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
That that's basically the female version. They're wearing, you know, they're wearing like gym's baggy shirt, like gym pants or sweatpants, you know, legs spread, going up to him going, "What's up, bro?" You know, like that's not attractive at all. You know what I mean? And the other thing I have to add to it is the deodorant. That seems to be like, I mean, I know things are getting tough out there, but please buy deodorant.
Oh, for God's sake!
It's brutal.
Don't even get me started.
I That's why I like the winter so much because you don't smell it as much as in the summer. Summer is just
And it.
ridiculous. You
And
get that.
it's glad winter is here.
I'll quote
Oh
Game of
man.
Thrones: "Winter is coming." I'm just
Right?
because you don't get that in the winter. I mean, granted, unless you're wearing a lot of like heavy clothing and you're sweating through your clothing, but in the summer it's just rough. Like you go past certain people's desks, you're like it's like a brick wall. It smacks you in the face,
Oh, it's
gives you
terrible.
gives you the southpaw, smacks you right the left and right cheek, and you're just like, oh my god, I'm gonna gag. It's ridiculous.
Nope. I remember uh, the customer I visited out in Chicago a month and a half ago. I went. This guy went into this one guy's office. I mean, literally, his whole desk was covered with just like old Lay's potato chip bags, like old paper plates that had hot dogs and shit on them. And this guy just had this huge beer gut sitting there, just nasty. I mean, dirty old shirt. Looked like he hadn't put it through the laundry in like 3 weeks. It's like, the fuck, dude. I mean, seriously. Um, this is another aspect of MGTOW I hear a lot about. It's, you got to live a very simplistic lifestyle. Yeah, you could. If that's what you want to do, fine. That's not entirely my forte. I don't want to live off grid necessarily.
No, it's a
But that
tough
doesn't
life.
make that doesn't make me not a MGTOW. What does that have to do with being MGTOW or not?
It doesn't. But
I mean, anybody who wants to do that and live a simple life and go their own way and do it, more power to you for doing that. I respect Hermit for doing that, but that's not the same plan I want.
I think
And nobody has a right to impose that on me either.
it's because of what the overlapping groups of MGTOW. A lot of them are in that prepper community a little bit. Not saying all of them, but there's a significant part of the population that's part of that prepper community, and that's where that I got to live off the grid kind of stuff, like kind of going to the extremes a little bit. Like I don't like women to the point where I'm just gonna go off grid, like taking an extreme approach. Like you got burned and divorced so bad, you're just like, I'm cutting them all off, so I'm going to go off grid kind of stuff. Like you're taking an extreme when you don't need to go that far. You just need to take some protective measures. Like you need to protect your wallet, you need to protect your sperm, you need to protect your
Oh yeah, yeah.
spirituality, your emotional status, like all this stuff. If you took those steps, you can actually be a functioning person in society instead of saying, screw it, I'm just taking the extreme approach and just going off grid. Now, some people that works, but a lot going off grid and being a loner is not for everybody. There's only a certain group of the population that works for. A lot of people, humans are a communal species. Like it doesn't do well for humans to be by themselves for long periods of time. It takes
Right.
a special person to do that.
Well, I'm what you consider.
I'm sorry. It's funny. Ping. If you're not going to wear a bra, at least have the common decency not to wear a shirt either.
That's a cool avatar, by the way.
Yeah. he changed it up not too long ago. It's a stage of his.
That's cool.
I don't really know
So-
exactly what that means, but it looks like a dragon, maybe. Like a.
I think it looks like it's designed to look kind of like a penguin. I don't know.
Oh, is it a penguin?
Yeah, maybe look at it a little more closely. It's
Let me make this bigger. Pang? Is that a? What?
Kind
It
of
looks like a dragon to me.
looks like a penguin with their ears.
yeah, that's what I mean.
That little
Mm.
the thing looks like a
Oh, he
3 feet.
said it's a dragon.
Okay, I see the penguin now, though.
Now that I told you, though.
I
told you
know.
that.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
but I could see how that's interpreted as a dragon too.
Yeah, it's like a skinny little metallic version of
It's a soy dragon.
a soy dragon. It's chrome.
No, it's just super thin and emaciated.
Oh shit.
Instead of breathing fire, it blows hot smoke up your ass. So it's getting to be about 2 o'clock in the morning. I am going to call it quits here because I got to get at least some sleep.
Okay, Trish, thank you for
All right.
thanks for ranting with us.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Have a
Alright.
good one, Kush.
Yep. Peace out.
Peace out. It's called an OS. It's from an OS called Cali. What's OS? Is that some game? Is that some Dragon Tits, Game of Thrones stuff?
So what's going on?
Nothing much.
And now we're down to 2.
Down to 2.
So one thing I wanted to talk about, maybe we can do it now or we can do another stream. Stream is maybe community building, where we can talk with other people and try to talk about common ground and working better with each other, because it seems like lately there's been so much friggin' infighting that we're burning bridges instead of making new bridges.
Well, Bandit, but the cause of the infighting ultimately are the women that are behind it, that the men don't seem to want to give up. So, which is weird. It's like the white knights trying to protect the honor of their disgusting, degenerate, I don't even want to say fair maidens, but these women are causing the infighting between the men because they have been able to subvert the minds and the emotions of some of the men to turn them on some of the men.
Okay, if that's the case, then maybe we should have a discussion on finding out or realizing if you're a pawn or not. Maybe because if we can get these people to realize that they're being pawns, they can go, I'm not going to be a pawn anymore. I'm not going to deal with your bullshit anymore. It might be a worthy conversation to have. Because we might be able to make some ground showing people how to realize if you're a pawn or not, and if you're being manipulated or used, so you can better protect yourself. And then that takes all their power away. Because if you realize you're the pawn, you're not going to listen to their bullshit.
Well, yeah, but who Like if we know somebody's being used as a pawn,
Mm-hmm.
who's going to tell that person that they are? I
You
mean,
can't tell someone you're the pawn. You have to show them that they are the pawn. It's because if they're going to deny everything because they're in self-denial because they're in a manipulated state. You have to you have to get them to the point where they see that they're a pawn. It's kind of like you need to plant the idea and let them realize the idea on their own without you saying that you're the pawn. They need to realize it themselves. So it's like, well, I mean, just if you want to role play it out a little bit, like
mhm.
you go up to him, you see, say you see your neighbor with a black eye, okay, and his girlfriend is bigger than him, and you can tell that it's an abusive relationship. Okay, you can't go over to the guy and say, "Hey, you should really get out of that abusive relationship. You should never have to worry about being hit or abused by your girlfriend or wife." Well, the guy's like, "Well, she's my wife. I'm going to defend her. I mean, I took an oath and all this other stuff." And then you go, "Okay, so I can't directly tell you, but I can show you. I can give you the tools." Okay, so, well, I'm your best friend, and I kind of see that you're getting abused here, and it's really breaking my heart to see you under such abuse. And I want to let you know there's an outlet. Like we can talk about this. Like if you're in so much pain, why don't we find out what's causing that pain and then try to get you away from that scenario so this never happens again. And they go, okay, that's a good idea. So you're not really telling them that they're getting manipulated. They're coming to that conclusion themselves. And this way, it doesn't seem like you're degrading them because a lot of it's embarrassment. Like if you're getting manipulated, like why am I getting manipulated? Like I'm better than this. I should know I'm getting manipulated. It's crap.
Mhm.
A lot of guys' egos and pride will get in the way and they'll never come to that conclusion. So you kind of have to beat around the bush and let them realize it themselves. Saying, okay, instead of telling you you're abusive, maybe I have to show you what abuse looks like and kind of delicately link the two together and say, oh, she is abusing me. And then you can go, well, if she's abusing you, how do I help you get out of that scenario? So you're coming at it as trying to help them instead of telling them what to do. You're coming out as supporting them to get out of that situation. So it's all about delivery. It's not about what you say, it's how you say it, kind of thing. So you have to be a little more nuanced about it. Does that make
Well,
sense?
yes.
Because you're dealing with someone that's being in an abusive relationship. That's going to, like, psychology wise, the person's coming at it as like Stockholm syndrome. Like they're going to defend the person that's abusing them. So you have to find a way to separate themselves from the abuser. You need to cause that wedge.
Mm.
And the only way men are going to do that psychologically, because we don't want to either admit defeat or our pride and egos get in the way, is you have to make us realize it without telling you or showing you how to do it. So you have to let them come up with that conclusion themselves. So it's a little harder than a woman. Like a woman, you could just say, you're getting abused. You know, you could shame a woman and say, like, if it's really bad and you really like her, like your friend that's getting abused, you'd be like, look, I don't want to see you getting friggin' hit. You look like a piece of shit right now. You know, stop allowing him to abuse you. You should stand up for yourself. Like that would work for a woman. That will not work for a man. A man's gonna be like, what do you mean he's abusive? I'm fine. Like you're not gonna tell me what to do. You know what I mean? Like that's how a man would react. So you
Right.
can't really use shame. You have to kind of use like steering and playing to the strengths of your friend. So you gotta have to know the person better than just a random person. Like if this person doesn't like weakness, you can show them that they're being weak and then how to prevent that. Or or wherever the case may be. So it's a tougher thing to do for a man, but it can be done. So finding out maybe ways or techniques to talk about how to motivate and improve men to get out of these toxic relationships could probably help fix this whole infighting crap.
Well, but these toxic relationships that I'm specifically talking about are online with fucking crazy bitch strangers that some of these guys don't even know because there's like a middleman involved. So it's like this middleman is a white knight for these crazy bitches, and then this middleman is also, playing the other side by like, oh, you're my bro, like, like.
That's why you kind of have to know the guy. If the guy is like, an alpha dude, you'd be like, stop acting like a bitch. That might work. But if the guy is already hurt and already in a weakened state, you don't want to, like beat a man when he's already down. You want to bring the person up.
Well, but that's why these middlemen, these white knights, they're taking advantage of those injuries because they're very toxically female also.
Mm-hmm.
So they're getting in there and they're poking at pre-existing injuries and putting thoughts in people's heads that are related to that.
It's that, and it's also paying on men's lack of confidence. Confidence for a man is a lot more important than a confidence for a woman. Okay, because a guy that has no confidence, because women are felt better at manipulating than men are. 100%. Like that is the girl's forte, is knowing how to manipulate to get what she wants. So if you have weak confidence, you're basically a wounded animal to a woman. I mean, like if I went up to you and was all shy and submissive and went over to you and said, man, all I want is a girl to give me a hug. If a girl give me a hug, I'll give her $100. And then the girl's like, okay, well, I'll give you a hug. Give me $100. I mean, like when a guy's confidence is beaten to the point to submission, a girl can just run over. And then when she realizes she has that power, she's never going to give that up. So there's no point of talking to the woman because she'll never want to give up that power. So you have to build the man's confidence up. This is why confidence for a man is so vital, because it could actually lead to the man offing himself. Because most men that commit suicide. Women talk about it. Men do it. Like if you look at the stats, like women say they're going to commit suicide more than men, but when the men say they're going to commit suicide, the success rate's like over 80%. Like if a man's going to say it, he's probably going to do it.
Right.
So you have to build that guy. This is why, like, men's groups and like stuff like what I always preach about Boy Scouts and stuff, like where you get challenged and you're building people's confidence up. It's such an important thing to build people's confidence up, because if your confidence is high, you're going to have enough self-respect to not put yourself into a situation. But if you have no self-respect and no confidence, you're just going to get used. So we have to build boys up with confidence building exercises so they can actually become men. Because you cannot be a man without having some level of confidence in yourself or your abilities. Because what's the thing girls hate the most about men? A man that's not confident in himself. I mean, technically, if you really want a woman to leave you alone, what's the best thing to do? Act like you're the most incompetent thing out there with no confidence. It's the most unattractive thing you could possibly do for a woman. I mean, I've done that before with girls that wouldn't leave me alone. I act like I'm a complete like soy boy, and they normally leave me alone. So, like, you can use this strategies for yourself. You can just be like, I can't do anything right. I'm having a bad day. No girls talk to me. Oh my God, my life sucks. What is girls going to do? Oh, this guy's a loser. I'm going to leave him alone. Well, mission accomplished. You know what I mean? Like, so you have to understand that confidence in this person is severely lacked. So first thing I would do is find a way to build this person's confidence up, and then you can have that conversation about being manipulated. So understand what is the reason why this person has no confidence. Are they a self-loathing? I'm not worthy enough. Is it, I've been beaten down so much that I just given up on my black pilled? Is it I'm not where I want to be in my life, so I have no direction, so that's why I have no confidence? I mean, there's different things, but finding out the root cause of it is the crutch of the whole problem. Like if I find out that you have no confidence because you have no plan, that's an easy fix. We can have that discussion of how to turn your life around and give you benchmarks and then by achieving each benchmark, you're gaining more confidence. And then you can be like, you know what? I don't deserve this toxic person. So that's how you fix that situation. If it's like if it's going in and saying, hey, I have no confidence because, I'm overweight. I have no self-esteem. I'm tired all the time. I'm hurt all the time. I'm in pain. Okay, well, maybe we need to work on, getting you back into the gym and getting you on a healthy diet and giving you benchmarks to build up your self-esteem. And this is the other thing, setting up benchmarks, achievable things, start out really easy and getting more and more complicated and harder. That's a way to build confidence. So like when things are too easy, the goals are not really worth it. So it kind of takes away the confidence away. Like you ever see like those kids that are really smart in school and they get in trouble, they're bored, they act out because they're not getting challenged. However, if it's too hard, especially when you have no confidence, you're just going to give up. So you have a delicate balance where you have to figure out, okay, let's start with some easy goals and we can build up from there. And now we can build this person's confidence up. And with each achieving benchmark, it gets harder and harder to get, and you're building more and more confidence. And then eventually they're like, I have so much confidence now. I have the ability now to say, I don't want to put up with this situation anymore and walk away. So building confidence is the only way of improving that situation to get them out of that toxic relationship. And you got to figure out what's causing that and then grow from there.
Crazy bitches.
Yeah, but what is the crazy bitch doing to attack their self-confidence? Is it pride? Is it direction? Is it appearance? Is it not feeling worthy? There's so many different avenues. You have to find out which is, for that one person, what is causing that depression or anxiety or self-confidence problem, and go from there. So it's not sadly it's not a one fix all kind of situation. You got to know the person and go from there.
Yeah. By the way, hello, Contriver.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you people liked the battle strategy, the grand strategy video, which I gave it to, and you continued with that, I suppose. You also posted another video by editing it on your channel. That is very courteous of you. And I was just listening to Mr. Iridium Kush. I think he slept now. So, I mean, it is very late at night. Why are you people not sleeping?
Well, we were waiting for you to come and take over. It's your shift.
I have to attend the office now. So,
I know.
mean, let us just end the broadcast, if possible.
Oh, I don't think we're done quite yet. Bandit, are you done drinking yet?
Oh, I'm done drinking.
Okay.
It's freaking 2:00 in the morning. I'll probably have to get some. I got to be up in 4 hours.
Yeah.
5 hours.
All right. Contriver's making us go to bed.
Yes, good.
All right.
Fine. Hold on. I just have to say this tweet surpassed 500K and it's been up for like an hour. Just keeps
Yes.
climbing. I've been watching the number just steadily increase.
Which was the video in which he brought a sink?
Yeah, he brought a sink in.
Okay, which was it? Yes, this one.
Mm-hmm.
Let that sink in.
Oh. He's having fun with this. Yeah, he put out this thing too.
What is it? I am also. This is not the first one, by the way. This is a continuation.
Oh.
The first one I think is on the. Yes. I want to reach out personally to share my motivation in acquiring Twitter. There has been much speculation about why about Twitter and what I think about advertising. Most of it has been wrong. The reason I acquired Twitter is because it is important to the future of civilization to have a common digital town square where a wide range of beliefs can be debated in a healthy manner without resorting to violence. There is currently great danger that social media will splinter into far right wing and far left wing echo chambers that generate more hate and divide our society in the relentless pursuit of clicks. Much of traditional media has fueled and catered to these polarized extremes as they believe that is what brings in the money, but in doing so, uh, there could be something, but, anyways.
Oh, here, me.
Okay. But in doing so, the opportunity for dialogue is lost. This is why I bought Twitter. I didn't do it because it would be easy. I didn't do it to make more money. I did it to try to help humanity, whom I love, and I do so with humility, recognizing that failure is pursuing this goal despite our best efforts is a very real possibility. That said, uh, Twitter obviously cannot become a free for all hellscape where anything can be said with no consequences. In addition to adhering to the laws of the land, our platform must be warm and welcoming to all, where you can choose your desired experience according to your preferences, just as you can choose, for example, to see movies or play video games ranging from all ages to mature. I also very much believe that advertising, when done right, can delight, entertain, and inform you. It can show you a service or product or medical treatment that you never knew existed but is right for you. For this to be true, it is essential to show Twitter users advertising that is as relevant as possible to their needs. But low relevancy ads are spam, but highly relevant ads are actually content. Fundamentally, Twitter aspires to be the most respected advertising platform in the world that strengthens your brand and grows your enterprise. To everyone who has partnered with us, I thank you. Let us build something extraordinary together. I just want Alex Jones to come on Twitter.
You want Alex Jones back.
Yes, give us our Alex
And
Jones back.
that
And
would
Jordan Peterson.
now Alex Jones would have a freaking field day. It would be hilarious. I could see the trolls like going berserk. Like, do you know that meme with that girl that was in the you know screaming saying no when Trump got
Mm-hmm.
elected?
Mm-hmm.
It would be like that on tenfold. If Alex had a way to just start posting or shit posting, oh my god, it'd be freaking. Or who's that guy that's in Texas that goes to like local government meetings and just call people out?
Hmm. Who?
What,
Just to be noted,
what's this?
before I forget, uh, Elon Musk, people are thinking that he is a freedom-loving space daddy of the people. No, he is not. No, I mean I'm being genuinely serious here as a heart attack.
Hmm.
He is controlled opposition because the reason being he has given his Starlink satellite network, the entire Starlink satellite network, to Ukrainian government,
Hmm.
and that is how they are able to, just like in the video we were seeing last night,
Hmm.
it was that they didn't know how to decipher it because it was a Starlink satellite network. Otherwise, Ukrainian satellite network or that has been jammed by the Russians, and he has been helping the government in that way regarding the Russia-Ukraine conflict. So I'm just trying to say here that please do not get carried away that he is fighting the government. A businessman, a capitalist is fighting the government.
Mm-mm.
He took $600 million loan to start his company, and then he actually has not paid even the principal amount back. He was funded by the government
Yeah. Well,
for
he's
600.
fighting.
Yes.
He's fighting feminists, so that makes me happy.
Surely, surely. I
Surely.
I I just want some MGTOW content creators like Stardusk, to be more precise. If Stardusk is there, it would be very much beneficial that people could post MGTOW content over there. So it would be good because M sorry MRA content is over there. If you could just see search on Twitter, Voice for Men India, it would be there alongside Elon Musk. Voice for Men India, some of these female men's rights activists. Voice for Men India. See, it
Hmm.
is still there.
Yeah, Pang's right. He, it's Alex Stein's the guy that I was thinking of. You should look him up.
Yes,
He's hilarious.
Alex Chance is good. Alex Stein. Stein. Alex Stein 99. Is it him? उठा लेना बेटा. अच्छा उठा तो दिया.
Cat maximalist. What?
Yes, his mother actually died from coronavirus.
Hmm.
So he has become a troll and he is genuinely trolling, you know, AOC and all that. Yeah, there goes my chica. Sexy body, you got it. And she didn't understand at first, so she played along. And then she said, look, all these white supremacists are calling me this and that. She called me this. He cat called me and all that. So this is what he did. Who is this? Oh, the commissar from the People's Republic of California.
Right.
Well done, comrade. You have turned it into Somalian hellhole, but
Hmm.
that is just you. Why do I keep getting denied for verification and verified on Instagram? Don't say that, man. At least you are verified on Instagram. Elon Musk should buy Instagram next.
No, he needs to buy YouTube.
All right, I'm gonna call it a night, guys. Have
All
fun,
right.
all right?
Okay.
Good
Okay,
night,
bye.
Bandit.
Night.
Good night. Sleep well. Sweet dreams.
Yeah, I think we should end it too.
Okay.
JR, have a good night. Peng, have a good night. Marie.
Bye, Mary.
Douglas, good night.
Good night, fellas. Sleep well, sweet dreams. You have to earn your money tomorrow.
Mhm. All right. Ending broadcast.
Ending
See
broadcast.
y'all later.